Test, test. Lit up on the screen, that means we can hear.
Good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Mr. Lee, this is Jeff Albright on behalf of the county. Can you hear me okay? No, he still has it muted, so I assume he can. Peter, you look pretty dapper there. So I take it you can hear me okay.
You know, I found that what's that line from the Chris Christopherson? My cleanest dirty shirt at the bottom. Jane, did you get my message to call Kelly about the sky blue?
Looking at my phone right now.
Yeah, she's handling the sky blue. I think I didn't, it's just so many things going on. I didn't realize that there was a deadline today, but
it's not today. Jeff's calendar is more accurate than my mental calendar. It's
okay.
Actually a week from today.
Okay, what we're going to be doing is basically, I think, saying that the program needs to be reconfigured, not just specific on those older assets that are very high cost. If there was an average renewable cost, then I think it would be much more acceptable for customers to come in and purchase it. Plus, anyway, that's
what's happening in that case. Could you tell me?
Well, what happened last year in the renewable case, it kind of blew up, but I think right now it's really at preliminary stages. The hearing examiner just wants the positions of the parties
on the procedure.
On the procedure.
But PNM has filed something substantive.
Okay, well, I haven't kept up with that. I do.
What's the case number again?
It's 21-158.
And when is the next deadline about?
Well, the pre-hearing scheduling conference is August 24th, but hearing examiner Medeiros wanted the parties to submit procedural schedule by the 20th, but PNM filed something substantive. You'll have to look at the docket.
Okay.
Yeah, and I have to claim complete ignorance on that case right now, except for the highest level, but.
Yeah, a week from today for scheduling. So, I mean, there's still plenty of time for intervention and so forth. And I have not checked with my client yet. I'll need to do that.
I think if there was an average price, because, if you average in that 1.5 megawatts of the solar that's high cost and you average it into their whole portfolio, instead of being, I don't know, what, $50 a kilowatt hour, it would come down into the range of 25, and then you could recruit people for it. Plus, I think it's going to get harder as we go towards 50%. People are going to say, hey, why do I need to, anyway, just a thought or two, but.
And good morning, Mr. Lee. I just wanted to recheck with you. Can you hear my audio okay? This is Mr. Albright.
Yes, Mr. Albright.
Okay, thanks, David.
Just before we go, how much cross do you have for Mr. Terry? I've lost track. Do you have 55 minutes?
Put myself back on mute. Yeah, I think that's right.
And do you know if, yeah, okay, I guess we'll hear from Dal. Looks like he's going to be on the call. Dal, how much do you have for Mr. Terry?
We won't be crossing this morning.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Good morning, Rick. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Joseph.
Good
Yeah,
morning. How are you?
pretty well, Rick. It's pretty clear.
Rick, I just wanted to let you know I sent you an email that's a little bit urgent. If you have a moment, I would appreciate it. Take a look at that.
I actually sent a note on to another lawyer in the in-house legal department to try and get back to you since I'm kind of.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Rick, very much. Thank you.
Yeah, on that note, Rick, it doesn't look like you got much sleep last night.
Really? I don't look fresh this morning.
Well, I think Mariel is keeping you running here.
I've lost a lot of nights this
Mr. Alvidrez, your sound is very soft.
I will try to speak up. Mr. Lee, can you hear me? This is Don Terry.
Yes, sir, I can. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's 9 o'clock, time to get started again. David, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I see, Mr. Lesky, you're here. I see on the Zoom screen.
Yes, sir.
I see your witness, Shannon Fitzgerald, is trying to get in at this time.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure, Mr. Hearing Examiner, about his schedule, because I know we have a lot to get through today. And I was talking to him, and he's available all day to testify. It should be relatively short. There's not a lot of cross of him. I don't know if we can fit him in. He said potentially. The problem is he's going on a trip on Monday, so he's going to be on an airplane basically all day on Monday, going to Washington, D.C., and then he's got a conference thing he's got to do the next couple of days. He could potentially be available the 19th, the 20th. He might have to testify from an airport or something, but I don't know what you want to do with him scheduling wise. So,
Well, let me ask the parties. Does anyone really have a serious interest in cross-examining Mr. Fitzgerald? I see the Water Authority and Bernalillo County have reserved some time for him.
The Water Authority won't
Who
be
is
doing.
speaking? Who is speaking?
This is Dal Harris.
Can you repeat what you said?
Yes, the Water Authority won't be crossing Mr. Fitzgerald.
And Mr. Albright, you had 5 minutes reserved for him.
I did, Mr. Hearing Examiner. It was primarily related to some of the proposed changes and their position on that, but I'm prepared to waive that 5 minutes.
Okay. So is everyone okay with stipulating Mr. Fitzgerald's testimony into the record?
Your Honor.
County certainly is.
Okay, hearing no objections. Let's see, must be IBEW Exhibit 1, is that right?
Correct. 1, 2, and 3, sir.
1, 2, and 3, okay. Well, hearing no objection and in an effort to accommodate and move this hearing along, I am admitting IBEW 611 exhibits 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, sir, and I'll let him know. He's well, I'm assuming he's excused.
He's excused, right?
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. All right. I guess the other thing we were going to talk about this morning was going to be the joint applicants' objections to any of the exhibits that NEE offered into evidence on Wednesday. Who is prepared to discuss that?
Rick Alvidrez, Mr. Shanauer, I'll be sending our arguments, our objections, if you will.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. With regard to NEE revised exhibit 1D, a revised exhibit NEE 4B, and revised exhibit NEE 5, we do not have any objections. With the, and those are for the, specific discovery responses with regard to NEE 5 that were identified by Ms. Nanasi.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, and just as an overview and preliminary matter with regard to the number of the other objections, as you may recall, we're here and having to go through this process because NEE uploaded a number of documents that were not the actual discovery responses, but were rather an amalgamation of cut and paste from Word documents. And it has taken some time to tease through those and verify that they are, well, actually, NEE, while we were in the hearing on the first day, uploaded more than 60 new exhibits. And we've had a chance to look through those. And while we understand you may be willing to allow NEE to correct its error with regard to not providing the original documents, there were a number of new documents that were added. And we have a problem with that in that we don't think NEE should be able to use this opportunistically to add to items that were not originally downloaded on Monday. So a number of our objections relate to the fact that some of this information that NEE is now seeking to get into the record was not timely provided for any scenario according to your orders. So we'll get into that, but that provides some of the background. I would propose that we take the exhibits in order as presented by NEE, which leads us to revise NEE 7 and 7A. And I'll get to the ones to which we do not have an objection to. We don't object to NEE 7.1, 7.3, and 7.1A, which was the supplemental response. All those were provided Monday. Provided again, corrected on Wednesday.
Go ahead.
Shall I proceed?
Yes.
All right. With regard to NEE 7.2 and 7.15, those were not provided on Monday, and we object to them as untimely. As additional grounds for objection with respect to NEE 7.15, it's just an objection only. That is, there's no discovery response that was provided. So it seems to be relevant. With regard to NEE 7.4, this discovery response was not the subject of any cross-examination with any of the witnesses. And is something that if NE wanted to present, and we have a number of these that fall into this category, it could have, of course, been presented in its case in chief. We also do not believe that 7-4 is relevant. 7.5 falls into the same category. It was not something that was the subject of any cross-examination and could have been presented if NE was so inclined in its case in chief. Those are my objections, or our objections, with regard to the 7th set. I don't know if you want to just keep rolling through, or you want to take these one at a time.
I want to keep rolling through. I want to see how many objections you have, whether I can really get to them today or whether I need to look more closely at these over the weekend. So, yeah, continue.
Okay, thank you. With regard to revised NE 12, we have no objection to NE 12-4, which was included in Monday response. We do have objections to 12.1, 12.2, and 12.3, because these were really not the subject of any cross-examination of any witnesses. And again, if they were central to NE's case, they should have been brought in through their witness in their affirmative case, but to simply list them as an exhibit and ask for their admission with no real foundation, we think is improper. So moving on to NEE 14, revised Exhibit 14. We do not have an objection to 14.1, 14.3, 14.4, 14.10. We do have objections to 14.2, 14.5, 14.7, 14.9, 14.11, 14.12, basically on relevance grounds. We don't, responses are relevant to matters at issue in this case.
Okay, continue.
Okay, moving to revised NE 16 and 16B. We have no objection to NE 1617, NE 1624, NE 1630, NE 1631, NE 1635, or NE 16B. All of these were included in the Monday filing. We do have an objection to 16.1, which was not provided timely, 16.2, 16.3. Those were also not provided timely. 16.4, we object on relevance, as we do on 16.5. 16.6, 16.7, 16.8, 16.9, 16.10, 16.11, 16.12, we object to because they were not timely provided, and we also object on relevance grounds. 16.13.
Hold on, Mr. Alvidrez. This last group on relevance grounds, that is, these are starting with 16.6. You're saying these were untimely?
That's correct. They were not provided in the, they were not uploaded on Monday. They were uploaded on Wednesday.
So that's 16.6, 16.7, 16.8, 16.9, 16.10, 16.11, and 16.12.
That's correct. And we had relevance objection to those as well.
Okay.
And then 16.13 was not provided on Monday. And 16.14, 16.15, and 16.16 were also not provided on Monday, and we have relevance objections. And 1620, 1621, they were not timely provided. They were not voted on Monday. And 1632 is also untimely, and we have relevance objection. 1633, not timely provided, and it's only an objection. It doesn't have any substantive response to it. It's an objection only. 1634 was also not timely provided, and we have a relevance objection to it as well. I continue to any Exhibit 18.
Yes, go ahead.
Regard to any Exhibit 18 and 18A and B, we have no objection to any 18.1, any 18.2, any 18.3, any 18.4, any 18.5, and any 18.14. We also do not object to any 18A and any 18B. We object to 18.6 because it was not provided timely.
18.7.
18.7 because it was not provided timely and on relevance grounds too. 18.8 because it was not provided timely. 18.9 because it was not provided timely and on relevance grounds. 18.10 we object on relevance grounds. 18.11, 18.12, and 18.13 were all not provided timely, and we also object on relevance grounds.
Okay.
We have no objection to NE 19. With regard to NE 21, which is the Albuquerque Journal article, we do have an objection to that article because it is hearsay. We don't have an objection to the testimony Zagara Blasquez elicited from him, because he did explain certain portions that he was asked about, but we think that that testimony stands on its own, and the article, there were areas of the article that weren't delved into, and they are hearsay, and it should not be admitted for that reason.
Continue.
Okay, so we're at revised NE 22. We object to, these are discovery responses from PNM area. We object to NM area 4.1 on relevance grounds, NM area 4.2 on foundational grounds. This was not something that was sponsored by Zagara Blasquez. It's sponsored by Mr. Darnell. We object to NM area 4.3 on relevance grounds, and also because it discusses settlement process. And then NE included some requests for production, NE 4.1 and NM area, RFP 4.1 and NM area RFP 4.2. We object on relevance grounds. There's no documents or anything attached to those. It's simply an objection to discovery. And NE 22A is the supplemental response to the NM area 4 set of interrogatories. And we again object to 4.1 on relevance grounds, 4.3 on relevance and settlement grounds, and again the request for production 4.1 and 4.2 on relevance grounds, and there's no documents that were included with that. And then finally revised NE 23, which is just the response to CCAE interrogatory 1-1, we have no objection.
Okay, so that's it.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that I've addressed all of the proposed exhibits proffered by NEE.
Okay, Ms. Nanazi, do you have a response to any of this?
Well, I believe that you already ruled on the whole issue of relevance, so I'm not going to respond to that. I also won't respond to hearsay. These are all the documents of the joint applicants. And also these are statements by the party opponent. There is no prejudice here because these are their statements. They were told on Friday that all of the interrogatory answers were subject to cross-examination and possibly exhibits. So they knew about them. They've known about them for months. And so there's not really a timing issue as a problem. These are their statements. So most of the statements actually were made by Mr. Azagra Blasquez, and he knew about them because he supposedly said them. You know, so that's that. The other thing is that there would be a double standard here if New Energy Economy was not allowed to make a change to the documents, which I just want to say, let's you need to understand some context here. Mr. Alvidrez wrote me on Saturday and said, you have to narrow your exhibits. And so I did in response to his request. And it came, and he seed Mr. Haverly and Ms. Goodwin on it as well. So that's what I did. I spent Sunday working to take out the interrogatories that I was just going to ask about, put them in documents. I didn't change a thing, not a word, not a number, nothing. Put them into one document for each interrogatory that I was going to ask about. And he objected and then said, oh, this is not complete. And then when we rushed that during the hearing to put up the documents in full, then he says, these are too complete. And now you've got everything in the record. So it's like, I understand now, though this was not in your order, that maybe what could have done is take the entire document and just highlight the one questions that I was going to ask about. And maybe that can be a standard practice going forward, but that's not what was in the order. So we didn't do that. And we did what we tried to accommodate joint applicants. And so we lost both time and preparation that we could have done trying to be reasonable. And then they object that we included everything. So we haven't gotten either way. And now they're saying we're not timely. Are they not timely for failing to follow your order and produce documents, as you ordered commission exhibit, I believe it was 10, and they still didn't do it? There was no consequence there. So it's like, we worked hard to be timely and to be as accurate as possible. We changed it according to their request to you, which we did in real time as quickly as possible and didn't change anything, but just put it all in. These are their statements. And when they're untimely and have to refile exhibits, it's all okay. Like, there can't be a double standard here. So I think that there's no prejudice. They should come in. They didn't make objections. These are their documents, and it should all come in as we've asked for it to be. And so that's what I have to say about it.
What about the documents that you did not cross-examine the witness about?
Well, the only things that I asked about, I believe all of 12 all of 14 and all of 16. And by the way, Mr. Alvidrez is incorrect. All of 12 was in and timely filed, and all of 14 was, and I believe all of 16 was as well. We didn't have time to ask about every single one. So what we did was we asked, did you answer all these questions? And Mr. Azagra Velasquez says, yes, I did ask all those questions. I didn't get to go into, you know, fraud and corruption and market manipulation in Latvia and Romania and all the other things that he admitted to. And they're in there. They're his statements. He wrote them. He affirmed that they were. They're and also they're a statement by a party opponent. So for all those reasons, they should come in. They meet all the criteria.
Okay, well, what about the problem of statements by a party opponent should probably come in as part of your direct case or as part of your rebuttal case, should they not? I mean, if you're not using them in cross-examination, how do you get them in at the time that you're doing cross? If you haven't,
Well, I did get them in. I mean, I'm trying to get them in because I asked them about them, and I said, did you when you were asked these questions, I went specifically through them, and I said, you were asked these questions, you answered them honestly. He said yes. In some cases, he specifically said, I answered 14-1 to 14, whatever it was. I mean, I don't have the record right in front of me, but he said those. And I specifically asked, specifically on 12, 14, and 16. No question about it. We could look at the record, but I asked, did you answer all these specific ones? And he said yes.
well, you know, this list is too long for me to moving on at this time. I'm going to take this under advisement. I'm going to look at the transcript this weekend and come back with the ruling on these on Monday. And because we have a lot of testimony to get to today, and I don't have an opportunity to actually go through all these objections and make a ruling on each of them now. So I'm going to rule on them on first thing Monday morning. Is there anything else we need to discuss before we get to Mr. Terry? Okay, let's get to Mr. Terry. Who is going to?
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yes.
this is Mr. Albright.
Go ahead.
Just a quick question. Were we going to make a decision with regard to Ms. Crane this morning, or is that deferred? We had spoken about doing that yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, we spoke about it. I want to see how the cross goes today of the other witnesses. I mean, we've already eliminated Mr. Fitzgerald, and some people are waiving their cross time for other witnesses. So I think at one time we'll probably have a better idea about Ms. Crane.
Thank you, sir.
Hearing Examiner Rick Alvidrez, we did also have a question about Ms. Lapson, and I understood you were going to ascertain if there were any commissioners that wanted to question her.
Yeah, thanks for raising that. I don't see any commissioners here, and no one has contacted me about Ms. Lapson. So let me just ask objection to stipulating in the testimony of Ms. Lapson. Okay, I hear no objections. Let's see. What exhibits are we talking about here, Mr. Alvidrez?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Lapson's testimony is found in Joint Applicant Exhibit 31. That's her November 23, 2020 direct testimony. Joint Applicant Exhibit 32, that's her April 21, 2021 rebuttal testimony. And Joint Applicant Exhibit 33 is her July 29, 2021 rebuttal testimony.
Okay, I am admitting joint applicants exhibits 31, 32, and Ms.
31, 32, and 33.
Yes. And Ms. Lapson is excused. Okay, is Mr. Terry next then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Schnauer, can I just say one last thing about these exhibits? There has been no rule that says that if we don't put a document in our direct case, that it's not available to be used on cross-examination and admitted in that way. And if that is going to be the practice, that's fine to know going forward, and we will definitely heed that warning. But I still believe that these are their statements. This is their statements. And so we're asking that you and the commission be advised of their positions through cross-examination and through their admission that those were their statements. So I just wanted to leave you with that thought.
Okay, well, you know, there is a proper time to be submitting evidence. And if you want to avoid any objections like these going forward, I'd suggest that you be careful about what it is that you're offering into the record and being careful about what it is that you cross-examine witnesses about. I'm not making a ruling now on any of these exhibits. I'm just telling you, reminding you, you know, what the standards are for offering evidence. So let's go on to Mr. Terry.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we would call Mr. Joseph Terry.
And
Mr. Terry, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Terry, can you please state your name and your place of employment for the record?
Joseph Donald Terry, and it's PNM Resources.
Mr. Terry, did you prepare pre-filed testimony that has been submitted in this case, or have testimony prepared at your direction?
Yes.
And can you confirm that what we've marked as Joint Applicant Exhibit 20 is your November 23, 2020 direct testimony and exhibits were pre-filed in this case?
Yes.
And let me ask, do you have any changes or corrections to note for the record?
No.
And so, Mr. Terry, if you were asked the same questions that appear in your November 23rd, 2020 testimony that we marked as Exhibit JA20, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is the information that is contained in Exhibit JA20 true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of Joint Applicant Exhibit 20 into the record.
Any objection? Joint Applicant Exhibit 20 is admitted.
Moving on, Mr. Terry, can you confirm that what we've marked as Joint Applicant Exhibit 21 is your February 26, 2021 supplemental testimony?
Yes.
And let me ask, do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
No.
So if you were asked the questions that appear therein, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
And is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of Exhibit Joint Applicant 21 into evidence.
Any objection? Joint Applicant Exhibit 21 is admitted.
Moving to Joint Applicant 22, can you confirm that that is your April 21, 2021 rebuttal testimony filed in this case?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
I do.
And could you tell us what those changes and corrections are by citation to page and line number?
Yes, I will. Page 12, line 3. Correct spelling of Sandberg, change the U to an E. Page 22, line 18. Replace the word counter with county. Page 34, line 5. Correct spelling of comment should be comment. That's all.
Okay. And have those changes been reflected in what has been submitted in the Dropbox documents in this case?
Yes.
And with those changes and corrections that you just noted, if you were asked the questions that appear in Exhibit Joint Applicant 22, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
And is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Move the admission of Joint Applicant Exhibit 22, Your Honor.
Any objection? Joint applicant exhibit 22 is admitted.
Moving to Joint Applicant Exhibit 23, Mr. Terry, can you confirm that that is your June 18, 2021 direct testimony in support of second amended stipulation that was pre-filed in this case?
Yes.
And do you have any changes and corrections to note to Exhibit 23?
No.
So if you were asked the questions that appear in that exhibit, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
And is the information contained in Exhibit 23 true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Hearing examiner, we move the admission of Joint Applicant Exhibit 23.
Any objection? Joint applicant exhibit 23 is admitted.
Finally, Mr. Terry, can you confirm that Joint Applicant Exhibit 24 is your July 29, 2021 rebuttal testimony pre-filed in this case?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to note to that testimony?
I do.
And can you tell us by page and line number what those changes and corrections are?
Page 1, line 11. Correct the date to read November 23rd, 2020.
Any other? Okay. And with that correction, if you were asked the same questions that appear in Joint Exhibit 24, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
And is the information contained in Joint Applicant Exhibit 24 true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Hearing examiner, we move the admission of Joint Applicant Exhibit 24 into evidence.
Is there any objection? Joint applicants exhibit 24 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And with that, we will tender Mr. Terry for cross.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. Mr. Harris, you folks have reserved 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. We're going to waive cross-examination this morning. And also, I'd like to make a request. I need to leave the Zoom meeting at 10 o'clock and would request that you would admit Ms. Winter at that point in time.
Yeah, could you let me know when you're leaving so that I can look at the waiting room to admit her?
Okay, will do.
Okay. All right, Mr. Albright, you have, I'm starting to lose track of all these adjustments. My records show either 50 or 55 minutes.
I believe it's 55, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay. All right, well, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Terry.
Good morning, Mr. Albright.
I'm Jeff Albright representing the Bernalillo County in this proceeding. And I do have a number of questions. I think I'd first like to start with the supplemental testimony, the February 26, 2021 supplemental testimony. And again, I will apologize in advance. I have hard copies of these, so my page numbers may be off, but I don't think it will be a burden for us to track the questions and answers.
Okay.
With respect to a little bit of background, it indicates here that you're Senior Vice President, Chief Financial Officer for PNM Resources. How long have you been with PNM?
I've been with PNM 25 years.
And how long in your current position?
Became CFO in January of 2020.
Okay, so fairly recent. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'd like to begin at page 2 of the supplemental testimony there. And some questions regarding the, starting at line 9 and then running through lines 18 for the most part, where you talk about the parachute compensation that's in the definitive proxy statement. Do you see that question?
Yes.
Do those figures, or what you present here, those include grants of shares?
Not grants of shares. They assume shares that have already been allocated related to the golden parachute. So not new grants, but grants that have already in existence that haven't vested yet.
Okay, would you explain for the benefit of the record what a grant of share is?
Yeah, so at PNM Resources, we have a long-term incentive plan. It's designed by the compensation committee of the board of directors. They go through a benchmarking process where they compare all other utilities and come up with a plan to retain and keep executives. And that long-term incentive plan, it's a plan that's over 3 years. So every year a new plan comes in place that comes into place 3 years later. So the shares that are included in here are plans that have already been issued. They just haven't vested yet. They just haven't hit the performance period vesting date.
Okay, and with regard to the performance period, it can also be based upon very specific metrics as far as grants are concerned, correct?
Correct. For the long-term incentive planning, that's correct.
Okay, so for example, I believe there were some grants in the spring of 2020. There were also in March of this year, there were shares that were issued that were not labeled as grants. It just had an NA instead of listing it as grants. I think you were the recipient of some. I believe there was a grant of shares to the current president, Patricia Vincent Colon, of about 80,000 shares. What does
Sorry, current president and the name?
Of the president of Patricia Vincent Colon. So what does the NA refer to in that instance?
Can you point me to what document you're specifically looking at that has the NA?
I can't, because I got it from the New York Stock Exchange list with regard to financials. Do you know when NA is appropriately used?
No, I don't. I'm looking at
Okay.
pages of the proxy and I don't see any NA. So.
Okay. Related to grants of shares, are those also, for example, might they be related to the merger and acquisition with regard to performance metrics?
No.
And when would they vest?
They vest 3 years out. So the way to think about it is a 2021 plan would vest 3 years from that period of time. The plan is broken into 2 parts. There's a performance metric part, and then there's what they call a restricted stock part. The restricted stock part is more time vested. The performance is based on performance of certain metrics.
So since they vest 3 years out, how would assuming the merger acquisition is approved, when would those shares still vest at the same time as other shares that are held by individuals would terminate? Let me rephrase that. I'll withdraw that question. That's a poorly worded question. Given that there are 3 years, when would those stock grants under the merger agreement or under the acquisition, when would payment for those shares come about?
Not under the merger agreement, but under the change of control plan that's been in place for many years. And the way it works is if you are let go as part of a merger, it's called a double trigger. So if a merger happens and you are let go from that merger, then those plans would vest. If you're retained with the company, then they go along with the similar time periods.
So would those, given that plan, would they also have a value of $50.30 per share like the other outstanding stock?
They do. Yeah,
They do.
so they would be closed out at that value.
Okay. And those aren't included. Are those or are they not included with regard to the parachute compensation that's referenced here?
Are you on of the supplement, are you on page 70? Is that what you're referring to?
You refer there in the question refers to the parachute compensation on page 70 of the definitive proxy statement. So I'm just trying to determine whether or not those are incorporated in there or if those are in addition to what's listed there.
They would be incorporated in there. Now, the plan also has, they have a retirement component in there too. And I lay this out in my testimony as I lay out an exhibit of what the true cost of the merger is for these parachute payments. Obviously, 3 employees, including myself, aren't tied to it because we're remaining associated with the company. There are retirement components in there. So for Ms. Kalan, Mr. Eldred, and Mr. Apodaca, they could also have just retired and received a certain portion of that automatically anyway. So they're not tied directly to the merger.
Okay, thank you for that. Would you turn to the next page? Again, my page 3, but it's the next page after that. And I may have missed a change at line 4. You had lines 3 and 4. Are you there? And again, we're still on the supplemental testimony, February 26th.
You're on page 3 of the supplemental testimony.
Correct.
Line 4. Okay.
Yeah, line
Right.
3 and 4. You have the actual calculations of the amounts are based upon assumption proposed merger.
I'm sorry, you're going too fast. Line 3 and 4.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. Let me try again. At lines 3 and 4. It reads, the actual calculations of these amounts are based upon an assumption that the proposed merger closed on December 31, 2020. Is that date correct?
That is correct. Under the proxy rules, when you file a proxy, it would be the calendar year end. Remember, this proxy was filed in preparation of the shareholder vote. So they had to pick a period. And so the natural point would be, this is the period that closed. So estimates as of this point in time is what the shareholders would have voted on.
I see.
February.
So that's why 2020 is the correct year there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you turn to your rebuttal testimony, please?
April 21st.
That is, I believe that's correct here. Let me look at the date. That is your April 21st. Yes, rebuttal testimony. And on page 4, lines 9, 10, the question is posed, what are the net public benefits of the proposed merger transaction? Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And some of these questions were questions that were deferred by Mr. Azagra to you or Mr. Darnell. So if they're more appropriate for Mr. Darnell, please let me know and I'll move on. But with your experience, I think you can probably answer most of them. So toward the bottom of that page, at lines 21 and 22, it has no more than 20 of these jobs will be dedicated to new electric service craftsman position at PNM as determined appropriate and necessary and so forth. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it says no more than 20. So it could be anywhere from 1 to 20, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and why this particular area?
This particular area would align with focused on reliability and service, customer service metrics, and so that's why that area was designed or identified.
And between the last rate case and the current rate case, PNM, do you know how many jobs PNM has reduced during that time frame?
I don't have a number, and I don't recall reducing any. So,
would Mr. Darnell have that information?
You could ask him. I don't have the information. I know overall our headcount hasn't decreased.
Has or has not?
I don't believe it has. So I don't think the headcount has decreased.
Subject to check from having been involved in that rate case to this rate case, there's indications that it may have dropped from about 1,860 or thereabouts to about a little over 1,670 or so at current. And I was going to ask, with that reduction, what areas have been reduced that have resulted in the lower number? But if you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah,
So,
if you can point me to the numbers, 1,800 seems like you're probably including the Texas operation in there. And so, I mean, I think we'd probably need it broken out, or point me to the reference, or we can point Mr. Darnell to the reference as well.
yeah, and at this point, again, I didn't make the rate case as part of this or asked to have notice taken of that, but I'll pursue those questions with Mr. Darnell and see if he knows. And I do not know if those were strictly just PNM jobs or if they were PNMR, which would include the TNMP. That would certainly be helpful information, but I don't have the precise numbers to present to you at this point. On page 5, though, looking at page 5, at the top, at line 3 of the rebuttal testimony, you have the prioritized individuals that will be impacted as a result of the San Juan generating plant closure in 2022 as potential candidates for these new positions. Do you see that language?
Yes.
Okay, and that's scheduled to close in June of 2022, correct?
Correct.
How would that work? How would you prioritize? How would you prioritize the closure of San Juan generated with those specific individuals and those jobs?
No, these are skilled labor individuals and looking for an opportunity to further their career. And so we would look for those opportunities to if they fit within the 20 jobs, to be able to utilize them, retrain them and utilize them for what we need with and without the generation facility.
Okay, so there would be some retraining. Would they have to relocate?
Likely.
You also state on page 5 at lines 8 and 9 that PNM anticipates $2.2 billion in capital expenditures over the next 5 years. Have I read that correctly?
Correct.
And that significant debt and equity will be required to finance these expenditures. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, later on in the testimony, you make reference, not in this testimony, but later on in one of the supplementals, you make reference to the fact that you're willing, or PNM is willing to commit to a rate freeze to June of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct. And Mr. Darnell's testimony, we commit, or not testimony.
I'm sorry, sir, I can barely hear you. Correct, and Mr. Darnell?
Sorry, Mr. Lee. In Mr. Darnell's rebuttal testimony, July 29th, we do commit that we would not come in for a rate case until June of 2022.
Do you know what the net profit for PNM was in 2020, roughly?
Would have to look it up in the net income, would have to look it up in the 10K. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, if I were to say that it's listed as somewhere around $172.78 million, would that sound reasonable? For 2020 net profit now, and I'm talking of overall. I don't know how much of that is PNM and how much of that is TNMP, but net profit for PNMR.
Well, PNMR would not be, it'd be PNM on TNMP.
Okay.
It's subject to my review, sure. I mean, I'd have to look at the 10K and see the PNM financial statement within there.
And that on the quarterly, from March of this year, March 21 to June through June, that the quarterly net profit was $53.71 million. Would that sound reasonable?
Don't know. I'd have to look and verify.
So with this $2.2 billion in capital expenditures over the next 5 years, and you make reference to 2021 to 2025 capital expenditures, where's the majority of that expense going to be?
It's primarily in the distribution and transmission side of the business.
And a question with regard to and when you say transmission and distribution, transmission primarily related to transmission within New Mexico?
Yeah, transmission within New Mexico.
And that may relate to the top of page 6, where you talk about the availability of specialized or long lead construction items. And I just have a question there, such as, are you talking about transmission facilities, or are you talking about other capital expenditures?
No, what we're talking about here are benefits of the merger and the opportunity of some economies to scale by being part of a larger organization. If you look at Avangrid, they operate 8 other utilities with TNMP and PNM. There would be 10 utilities. And so when you talk about long lead equipment, you're talking about large transformers, other capacitor, reactor type equipment. Mr. Fridley could provide a lot of detail if you want to ask him of specifically what lead, what specific items those are.
I'm sorry, who was that again?
Mr. Fridley.
Oh, Mr. Ridley. Okay, Fridley.
Excuse me, Mr. Albright. The hearing examiner wanted to get notice when I was going to be leaving the Zoom meeting and to admit Miss Winter. I'll be leaving at this time. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Go ahead, Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. One of the questions, and I believe you do make reference in some of your testimony with regard to the signatories. How many of the signatories are located within PNM service territory?
You know, identifying which participants are members of those signatories, that would be difficult to do. I would kind of lay out that, you know, we have operations throughout the state when you look at transmission and as well as power plants and so forth. So,
but there are a number. Is it true that there are a number? I would say in excess of 5, maybe 6 of those 13 people that have joined this stipulation that are not within the service territory of PNM.
you know, again, is it the organization or the members that are involved in it? And I have no way of tracking the specific members. So of knowing if the members live within our service territory that roll up into that organization.
Well, for example, is Los Alamos within your service territory?
No, it's not.
Do you know who provides electricity to Los Alamos?
No.
Is it one of the electric co-ops, just to make it more general?
Yes.
Okay. What about MSR?
No.
What about Farmington?
Farmington, we have operations there. They're not within our service territory, but we do have power plant operations there and transmission there.
But not within your service territory, correct?
Correct, but operations there.
So there are a number of the joint signatories who are not served by PNM, correct?
Yeah, don't know what number that is, so.
Okay. Would you turn to page 23 of your rebuttal testimony, please?
Mr. Albright, this is Mr. Gould for NM area. There are 2 rebuttals of Mr. Terry. Could you give us the date?
I'm still on the same one as before. I'm still
Okay,
on
thank
the
you.
rebuttal testimony of, I'll try to, when I shift, I'll try to make that known. I'm still on the April 21, 2021 rebuttal testimony. And turning to page 23, please.
Okay.
You're asking a question with regard to the transaction and transition costs beginning at lines 6 through 9. Do you see that question?
I do.
Your answer includes that PNM will not seek to recover from customers any acquisition premium, goodwill, transaction costs, or transition costs associated with the proposed merger. Is that a correct reading of your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A couple of questions there. First of all, with regard to goodwill, were you present yesterday or watching via YouTube with respect to the questions on goodwill?
I was.
Do you know how much of that goodwill is allocated to TNMP and how much is allocated to PNM?
No, I don't.
Is there anyone at PNM who would know that?
No.
No.
That would be a calculation, likely on closing that you would do to determine that. So it's usually a post-closing allocation. That would come out of Avangrid.
Out of,
Avangrid.
thank you.
Okay. And transaction costs or transition costs associated with the proposed merger, would you distinguish between just some examples of transaction costs versus transition costs?
Yeah, so transaction costs would be those costs to, those actual costs to, the incremental costs to do the deal. And those would be, lawyer fees would be the most common. You would have banker fees associated with that and other fees like that. When you look at transition costs, they would be the ones to integrate. So if you have a system that you need to integrate post-merger, or as part of the merger, but you needed to integrate it, it'd be costs associated with that.
And those would be such things as, would those be such things as, say, shared accounting, or HR, or those types of functions?
It would be more of the integration of the systems, not the labor or the people, but the integration of the systems associated with it. So if you have to write an interface or do some type of connection that sends RGL information to their general ledger information, that cost associated with that is a transaction.
Okay, thank you for that. Would you turn to page 25? And again, we're still on the same rebuttal testimony. Beginning at line 19, it discusses the proposal to appoint a chief environmental officer no later than December 1, 2022. Do you see that question beginning on around line 19?
Sure.
Okay. It continues, your discussion continues somewhat on page 26. But my question is that chief environmental office, would that come from someone already assigned or an executive already internal to PNM, or would it be a new hire?
We haven't made that determination yet.
Do you have any idea what the compensation of that person would be?
I do not, no.
Would that be an executive position or non-executive position? Any idea on that?
Yeah, it'd be an executive position that would report directly to me as president.
Me as,
President.
thank you, sir. Your voice is trailing off at the end.
Sorry, Mr. Lee.
No problem.
So that would not count as one of those up to 20 jobs then, correct?
No, sir.
And would that salary be paid for by customers as part of their rate base, as part of rate base?
Not a part of rate base, but part of our cost of service. Yes, it
Or
would
cost of
continue to
service.
provide safe and reliable service and allow us to implement the ETA and really allow us to work with all the interveners as we move forward, the commitment we have to the environment.
And then on page 26, there are comments about, would you look at beginning on line 9, through 12. And there you state PNM plans to include targets for PNM management and employees that align incentive compensation with the focus on the achievement of annual goals, which ultimately lead to the achievement of PNM's 2040 carbon reduction targets. Have I read that correctly?
You have?
Why would you add additional incentive compensation to something that's already required of the PNM executives under the ETA?
It wouldn't be additional incentive compensation. It would be an added goal focused on it within our existing incentive compensation. You know, it's very important. We incentivize and focus on moving the ETA and the environment forward. And so, you know, I look at this goal as a big win. CEOs should have these type of goals in their compensation.
And so that compensation would still be ultimately decided by your board, correct?
It would be decided by our independent board members that will sit on the board, yes.
Well, Mr. Hearing Examiner, how much time do I have left?
You have 22 minutes.
Thank you, sir. One of the benefits is a per customer rate credit allocation or rate credit that's being provided. And I believe you recognize those increased numbers, and there's been some discussion with regard to the Water Authority and some others potentially increasing that amount. Do you agree that that those additional amounts are appropriate?
I do.
Okay. And do you have any estimate as to what impact that would have on residential rate class?
I don't. I'd defer that to Mr. Darnell.
Mr.
I
Darnell?
think he covers that. I think he'll cover that in his testimony, or covers that in his testimony.
Okay. One of the questions that was also deferred to you by Mr. Blasquez was with regard to the long-term transmission planning and the regional transmission operating authority. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. What resources, and again, in the broad sense, where do you, well, strike that. Where do you believe the RTO would serve?
You know, an RTO likely, and again, I mean, it would be in the early stages of looking at things, but, you know, I suspect over the next several years, you'll see an RTO in the West. Currently, there's not an RTO in the West. I know that there's two states, Nevada and Colorado, that have a requirement by 2030 to join an RTO. And so I think that, you know, there'll be a lot as you really think about the purpose of an RTO, and you think about, you know, where we've been as a utility and where we're going. And what I mean by that is you have, for many years, there were base load facilities. And so the transmission was real easy. It went from the base load facility to the load centers. Now you're looking at, as the West and New Mexico shift to renewables and shutting down these base load facilities, you're going to have a heavy emphasis on the transmission and the transmission network associated with that. So we talk and in the stipulation, and we focus on the RTO. Whether New Mexico joins an RTO or not, that all sits under the jurisdiction of the NMPRC, and I'm sure they'll look at benefits and opportunities and what it all relates to. And that would have to be a file.
Besides,
oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Were you finished with?
No, go ahead, Mr. Albright.
Okay, well, with regard to the RTO, I do want to discuss that. There was also a representation made that PNM could create, or Avangrid could create, this regional transmission authority. That was in some of the previous testimony that we had heard from Mr. Kump yesterday and previously from Mr. Blasquez. So how would that work for PNM being part of that, or with that being developed by Avangrid Holding?
Yeah, so I wouldn't see that being developed by Avangrid. I mean, it really sits within the PNM arena, and whether PNM, if and when we get to the point there is a Western RTO, the commission decides that is good for New Mexico and its customers. And so I think that would be the focus. And if you kind of go through the stipulation language, it uses words like reasonable effort and subject to commission review and approval. And I think that's the key. So it's not going to be a homegrown RTO. The value of an RTO is a lot broader scheme. And Mr. Fridley, who's coming up here as a witness, he could provide you a lot more detail in how RTOs are designed and really the strength and the purpose of the RTO.
Part of the discussion, whether or not it's related to the RTO, was also with regard to providing resource transmission to Arizona, California, to Mexico. Do you see that becoming a role for PNM subsequent to the merger?
Not specifically as PNM operates today. If there was an RTO, I would defer that question of how that would work to Mr. Fridley. It would be more appropriate to answer that question. Today, we operate under FERC on our transmission, and they have very specific rules, and they treat all customers equally, and so forth. And so I think that's important. Today, we operate under FERC, and if the generation unit that somebody is installing is over a certain megawatts, then the New Mexico Commission has the ability to review that as well too. And that's the rules we operate under today.
Is it a fair statement to say that the demand for electricity in New Mexico, other than what's occurred during the COVID, has remained relatively flat over the past 5, 6, 7 years?
No. What we saw was there was a flatter declining, but since 2017, our demand has increased about 5%.
I'm sorry, by how much?
5%.
5%. And so export of energy you don't see PNM exporting energy to Arizona, California, or to Mexico in the near term?
Well, I mean, a perfect example is the Western Spirit transaction.
Western Spirit?
Yeah, Western Spirit transaction. And this is one that a provider wanted to move his wind resources or their wind resources westward. Under FERC rules, they came and requested to have service, and there's a process that Mr. Fridley could walk you through, that you go through to evaluate that. You evaluate the price each customer pays, and if it increases that price under like Western Spirit's transaction, then Western Spirit has to pay the whole transaction. And so we would build that and assume that, but Western Spirit pays for that transaction, or the owners of Western Spirit to move that. So that's the way it works today.
What about with regard to actual generation? If you build solar, you build wind or battery storage under a PPA, or if you do it internally under a project at PNM, do you see any of those resources being used to provide energy to Arizona, California, Colorado, Mexico?
And when you say build it, and who are you referring to building it? And then when you say, because you made the comment PNM, and I'm assuming you're thinking about PNM, the utility, but if you could give me a little bit more clarity for me to be able to answer that question.
Yeah, I am talking about the utility company in that kind of an arrangement, because again, Iberdrola has made representations that they think markets in the West, and I assume that's other than, well, I don't have to assume, it was stated that they're looking toward Mexico, Arizona, other potential markets for the delivery of energy. I assume that would be via some transmission, but there has to be something built by someone, and particularly under the ETA, I assume that has to be renewables. It's going to be built by someone. So who would do that? Would that be PNM Utilities, or would it be somebody else?
It wouldn't be PNM Utilities unless we were building it for our own use, for our own retail customers, under the approval of the NMPRC. So if some other party wants to build a generation, so be it. They have that right today under the FERC rules to build generation, so forth.
So PNM Utilities would not build those resources for out-of-state demand.
No, our purpose is to serve our New Mexico customers. Our approval has to go through that arena, so.
When I ask, I'm still on the direct testimony in support of the second amended stipulation, and that being the testimony.
I'm still on I'm sorry, you broke up.
Direct testimony in support of second amended stipulation, June 18, 2021.
Okay, June 18th, 2021.
Correct. And I'm at page 4. And looking at lines 16 through 20, one of the benefits is $6 million to be applied toward residential customer arrearages. Do you see that?
I do.
And how will that 6 million be apportioned?
When you say apportioned, what do you mean by apportioned?
Let me provide a couple of questions. That's a fair question in return. So, do you know currently what your latest filings at the PRC have indicated with regard to customer arrearages?
Yes, I believe they are around 21 million, that range.
And so that's where my question goes here. Was 6 million applied toward residential customer arrearages? Of that 20 some million, roughly 18 to 21 million, how much of that are residential customer arrearages? Do you have any idea?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay, assuming that it's more than $6 million out of that 21 million for residential customer or small business and residential, how is that going to be apportioned?
At closing, we will assess what amount is outstanding and look to provide that to the residential customers that have a arrearage forgiveness. And so that's what we refer to it as arrearage forgiveness. So it'll be rolled into that element.
So would that be done on a pro rata basis? Or, for example, let's just say out of the 21 million, or even if it's more by then, by closing, that you're at 10 million for residential customers. Would there be a proration, or would there be some kind of determination? I'm just looking for the mechanism and with whom you would coordinate that effort.
Yeah, we haven't determined the actual mechanism. So, and we would coordinate that effort with the signatories to the step.
And notwithstanding those arrearages, PNM has made a net quarterly profit during the past quarter, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Mr.
And I
Albright,
do think.
you have
and I-
8
and I
minutes.
do-
Thank you,
And
sir.
I do think, sorry, and I do think that arrearage number has gone up, the 6 million based on the commitments based on the water authority request.
But
And
still
we did.
less than the arrearages owed at this point, to the best of your
Yes.
knowledge.
Yes, correct. And then PNM did contribute to add shareholder dollars in September of 2020, additional 2 million, and I'm not sure that's all been utilized yet either. That would be another benefit already out there.
Would you turn to page 9? And again, we're still on the second amended stipulation. And toward the bottom, getting at line 22 and continuing on to the next page, 10 lines 1 through 5. You talk about PNM's local management will continue to be responsible for prioritizing and allocating capital expenditures and operations and maintenance budgets to ensure the proper maintenance and support of our electric grid and ensuring an adequate power supply to serve our customers. Have I stated that correctly?
Yes, you have.
Okay. And with that statement and with the budgets, how do you account for the fact that you're looking at only having a 5.5% reserve margin by June of 2022?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Mr. Albright.
Well, my question is, Mr. Darnell made some information available, and I can ask Mr. Darnell this as well, made presentation where he anticipated by June of 2022, which is the date you've proposed, or at least proposed for a rate freeze, up to a rate freeze, that you're only going to have a 5.5%, projections are you're only going to have 5.5% reserve margin, and you're anticipating potential for brownouts in the event of severe weather issues. It just seems inconsistent with this statement here with regard to having operation and maintenance budget to ensure proper maintenance and support
I'm
of the
sorry, with regard to having,
to ensuring proper maintenance and support of our electric grid.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, let me object. I think Mr. Albright may have mischaracterized some of what Mr. Darnell has stated publicly. I don't believe that accurately, totally reflects what statements have been made.
And do you know what the accurate statement is, Mr. Alvidrez?
I don't precisely. It was a rather lengthy presentation. There's a lot of elements to it. So I don't think that Albright is really a fair summary, a fair characterization of what the presentation was.
Okay, well, I'll allow the witness to answer the question based. I mean, I've heard the statement too, and it sounds pretty accurate to me, but it sounds, I'm sure there's a lot more to what that statement was than what Mr. Albright is saying. But I think to the extent of the generality of the statement, I think it's fair for Mr. Terry to answer the question.
So as I read that statement, Mr. Albright, it says PNM local management will continue to be responsible for prioritizing and allocating capital and expenditures and operations and maintenance budgets to ensure proper maintenance and support the electric grid and ensure the adequate power.
I'm sorry, proper maintenance, and you're reading too fast. Operations and maintenance.
Sorry, Mr. Lee. Let's see. PNM local management will continue to be responsible for prioritizing and allocating capital expenditures and operations and maintenance budgets to ensure the proper maintenance and support of our electric grid, ensuring an adequate power supply to serve our customers. Mr. Albright, I would say that we are doing that and very focused on that. And this statement is tied to the merger, and that as part of the merger, local management will be responsible for that. So if there is an issue within New Mexico territory, it doesn't come from Avangrid if the merger closes. It comes from PNM, and I'm the responsible party associated with these things. So as it relates to specifically the issue that you talked about, I defer that to Mr. Darnell to talk about.
You have 2 minutes, Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Would you look at page 20, please? And on page 20, again, we're still on the direct testimony in support of the second amended STIP. You talk about regulatory commitment 7 extends PNM's commitment to maintain its existing low income programs for at least 5 years following the proposed closing on the proposed merger. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you listen to the comments yesterday with regard to rooftop solar? The rest of Ms. Quilici? Or Mr. Kump? Mr. Kump, I'm sorry, Mr. Kump was asked those questions.
Yeah, and I okay. Yeah, I don't recall the specific conversation, but.
Do you think some of those programs shift the burden of cost to low-income consumers who might not be able to afford things like rooftop solar or other, what I would say, energy efficient means of generating electricity?
Are you talking about solar programs in general?
Yes. Yes.
Well, I think solar programs, I mean, the net metering and other items associated with it are there to be an incentive for individuals to do solar.
But isn't it true that some of those programs are those that can be afforded, or are programs that people who can afford them might encourage them to do so, but that low or medium income might not be able to afford doing those, and that the cost will shift to low income people?
You know, that's a rate design question, and I defer that to Mr. Darnell.
Hey, Mr. Albright, your time's up.
Thank you very much for your answers, Mr. Terry. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break and come back at 10:45. So we're recessed till 10:45.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, you broke up. Did you say 10:45?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Someone just put their hand on our window.
Well, I think something's going on with her air conditioner, or they're doing something with the air conditioner upstairs. She's barking, so she's doing something with the air conditioner.
Mr. Lee, this is Peter Gould. Can you hear me clearly, or do I need to turn up my microphone a little bit?
No, I could hear you clearly. Are you up next?
I am up next. I'm going to ask Mr. Terry to turn up his microphone too, because it does seem that, like some of the witnesses, he's trailing off at the end of his sentences. So,
Yes, sir. If there's something we could do about it, I wish they would.
okay.
And David, this is Mr. Albright. When I'm reading from the text, I'll try to slow down. I tried to do that at a number of points, but my
You
apologies.
did for the most part, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I know you get on a
No, no,
roll.
no, that's quite all right, quite all right. I need to keep that in the back of my mind, so my apologies to you.
Mr. Terry, this is Mr. Gould. Before we go back on the record, is there any way that you could turn up your microphone on your computer a little bit? Because it did seem that when you were responding to Mr. Albright, sometimes the volume was kind of going down at the end of your statement.
Yes, it's actually a desktop phone we're utilizing, but I've moved it as close as I can to me,
Okay.
Mr. Lee, and I'll try to speak as loud as I can, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. I know it's not natural, but if you could, that'd be helpful.
And
Mr.
one
Lee,
more.
I was gonna say, Mr. Lee, you have the toughest job here.
He does. And Mr. Terry, one more thing before we go back on the record. If I ask you to read from a document like the second amended stipulation, just if you could make sure to read slowly, because that seems to create some problems as well. And if I read from a document, I'll do the same thing so that you hear clearly what I'm asking in reference to that quotation. Thanks.
Yes, yes, sir.
When you're ready, Judge.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. Gould, do you have, I think you have 30 minutes of cross-examination for Mr. Terry?
No, we moved, my recollection is we moved Mr. Kump's 30 minutes to Terry so that I have 60 minutes. And I thought we'd cover that yesterday.
Okay, I see the arrow, right. Okay, 60 minutes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Terry. My name is Peter Gould. For the record, I am the counsel for a group of large customers. The acronym is NM Area, and we are a party to this case. And you and I have met on several occasions, isn't that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
And we've actually had the pleasure of doing this cross-exam dance in at least one other case. I think it was the La Luz case or the Valencia case, one of those cases. Okay. Currently, you are the Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of PNMR. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if this acquisition of PNM is approved, my understanding is that you're slated to become the Chief Executive Officer or the CEO of PNM. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is going to happen to PNMR?
PNM Resources will continue to be there. I will actually be the president and CEO of PNM Resources as well. Our service company currently it doesn't sit within PNM. It's PNM, and then the service company sits out under the PNM Resources.
Okay. So you will have the CEO position at both PNM and PNMR.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And will you in either of those positions be a member? Is it anticipated that you're going to be a member of either the board of PNM or PNMR?
A member of the board of PNM, correct. And
Okay.
I don't know about PNM Resources.
And currently, the current president, Patricia Vincent Colon, is the CEO, but she's also the chair of the PNMR board. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then just one more question in this area. When we were talking about the yesterday and I think the day before about the membership, the independence of the board, the post-merger board, we were that testimony is all about the PNM board, not the PNMR board. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And you won't know until after the acquisition what your position will be on the PNM board?
On the PNM board?
Yes.
I should be on the PNM board.
Will
That's
you
what
be?
you're asking.
Yes, I am. And will you be the chair of that board?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I will be the chair.
And what role will you have in selecting members of that board?
The independent, the 4 of the members or 3 of the members plus me will be part of my management team. Currently at the PNM board, the whole board is the management team.
Yes.
But as part of the commitments to the STIP, there'll be 4 board members that are part of the management team. And then there'll be 3 independent, disinterested board members.
Do you know at this state who in the management team will be on the PNM board?
We haven't determined that, but we will. It'll be part of my senior leadership team.
Is it likely that Mr. Darnell will be on that PNM board?
Yes.
Okay. What about Mr. Fridley?
Haven't determined that
Okay.
yet.
Would you briefly describe what you believe to be your duties, your future duties as PNM's CEO?
Well, first and foremost, my responsibility will be to ensure that we have safe, reliable service. I like to say the buck stops with me, and I will be responsible for that. I'll be responsible for the customer service metrics. I'll be responsible for developing bottoms up the annual operating plan, which is the budget.
I'm sorry, I will be responsible for the
annual operating plan, which in our terms is the budget. I will be responsible for developing the long-range plan. I'll be responsible for hiring and training, responsible for allocating capital, and all other duties that you would normally assume under the CEO role.
And in that list of duties, would you include, I'm sure you would, but I'll just ask this to make it very clear, meeting the commitment that PNM has publicly made to be zero carbon with its generation resources by 2040?
Yes.
And would you also be responsible for any acceleration of those carbon neutral goals?
Yes.
Okay. Would you look at the document which NM Area has uploaded to the Dropboxes and is marked for identification as NM Area Exhibit number 7? And just for clarity, that is section 4 of the filed integrated resource plan.
Yes.
Could you give me very briefly what your understanding is of the integrated resource plan, or as I might refer to it in further questions, the IRP?
The IRP is a plan that allows us to identify what resources we will need to properly and safely and reliably serve our customers. And it's a plan that we do every 3 years and submit to the commission. That's the purpose of it, is to lay out a plan that allows us to be able to meet our customers' needs. And as CEO, you will have general oversight of developing that plan and filing that plan and making sure that your company follows through on that plan. Is that a fair statement? It is a plan, and you always, as any planning, you continue to modify that based on circumstances at the time. But yes, at a general level and as a CEO, I'm responsible for all things that go on in PNM.
Yeah, I think there's a quote from General Eisenhower that said the first casualty of battle is the battle plan, but I understand that. But you also understand that the commission has a comprehensive integrated resource plan rule. And that rule number is in the NMAC code, the New Mexico Administrative Code, is 17.7.3. Is that your understanding?
Sorry, hit the mute button. I would have to go with what you said. I'm not that familiar with the code. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, sorry.
We're unable to hear anybody else.
I could hear Mr. Lee.
I can hear you guys.
Mr. Borman.
Can anyone hear Mr. Gould?
Not right now.
We're not hearing Mr. Gould.
Yeah, not right now.
Mr. Gould, Judge, I'm going to go off the record.
Okay, good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, my technical abilities are being revealed here to everybody in public. So everybody can hear my questions now. Mr.
Yes.
Shanauer, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Mr. Terry, would you turn in NM area number 7 to page 43, which is at the top of the page, section 4.1. You have that?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to read that, and it says the title is Maintaining Reliability. The statement is preserving reliable electric service for our customers under all but the most extreme conditions is of paramount importance. Next sentence, our customers expect and rely on stable, reliable electric service for their homes and businesses, and our process is designed to achieve this outcome. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree with that statement?
I do agree that reliability is core to all that we do. So if
Is
you're
it-
not reliable, you don't have anything else.
Is it paramount? Do you agree with that wording? Of
I do.
paramount importance, okay? And would you turn with me then in that same exhibit to page 59? And do you see the heading that says 4.2 minimizing cost?
Yes, sir.
And this refers to the IRP process of developing portfolios for the plan. Do you understand generally what that process is?
Generally, I do.
Okay, I'm going to read that. 4.2 minimizing cost. Each portfolio we model is built through an optimization that minimizes the net present value of costs over the planning horizon, subject to reliability, environmental, and other regulatory requirements. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And do you agree with that statement?
Correct.
And if you would turn to page 60, to section 4.3, I'm going to read that. Mitigating environmental impact. Evaluating portfolios' current and future impact on the environment is a key factor we use to develop our plan. In developing our plan, we focus on the following factors: greenhouse gas emissions, criteria, pollutants, and other emissions, water consumption. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
Do you agree with that wording?
I do.
And do you agree with the wording specifically that these are key factors?
Key factors. I feel like they're critical factors.
Okay.
In my wording.
Could you now look at what we've loaded into the Dropbox as NM Area Exhibit 5? For the record, this is a dictionary definition of the word preeminent. Would you review that document for me, please?
Okay.
The dictionary definition and the sources listed on this exhibit is an adjective which means having paramount rank, dignity, or importance, colon, outstanding, comma, supreme. Do you agree with that definition of the word preeminent?
Yes, it's a Webster dictionary, so.
Okay. And then the synonyms that are offered by Webster's are of the word preeminent are chief, foremost, first, number one, and predominant. Do you agree with those synonyms?
Yes.
Okay, now would you turn with me then to the second amended stipulation? And I believe that that is joint applicants exhibit number 2.
Okay.
I want you to turn to, I'm getting a little bit of a echo, so I hope that's not bothering you. But I want you to turn to paragraph 44 of exhibit A to the second amended stipulation. The Dropbox page that you guys have is page 34 of 45. Let me know when you get there.
I'm there.
Could you describe to me briefly what you believe is the purpose of this paragraph in Exhibit A?
The purpose of this paragraph is to outline that it's two purposes. It's the carbon reduction targets to ensure that we are committed to those carbon reduction targets, and the second piece of it is the compensation point Mr. Albright was asking about earlier, about being compensated, or part of our compensation plans being tied to environmental goals.
And I wrote down what you stated in your response to Mr. Albright, and I'm going to read it back to you and see if I've got it right. What you stated in your response to Mr. Albright, that the purpose of this paragraph was to add the goals of carbon reduction to PNM's existing executive compensation program. Is that an accurate statement of your testimony?
Accurate to the environmental goals. Carbon reduction, environment, any of those components that fit in there should be in a CEO's goals.
Okay. And also your executive management team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I'm concerned about is, and I'm going to read this sentence into the record. Paragraph 44 starts off with a heading, compensation and carbon reduction targets. And the first sentence is, the joint applicants agree that the carbon reductions goals set forth above in the prior paragraph are of preeminent importance. And my concern is with the word preeminent. You have stated that you agree with the definition that we've supplied of preeminent. So do you believe that the carbon reduction goals are job number one for this utility?
I believe, and if I can use an analogy to explain it, Mr. Gould, I believe there's a three-legged stool. One of them absolutely is the environment. The other leg of the stool is absolutely reliability. And the third leg of the stool is absolutely customer experience and impacts. And you have to balance that stool. And I would say all of them are preeminent and are required to be in goals for utility executives.
And I would agree with, yeah, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Did you finish your answer?
Yeah, I said they're all absolutely critically important.
But you had read into the record in NM area number 7, the statement in 4.1 that maintaining reliability is the paramount goal, but that environmental concerns were a part of that. So what is paramount? I mean, let me ask you in this way, if PNM achieved earlier than promised a carbon neutral generation system, but the direct result of that was that the system became unreliable and customers experienced brownouts, would that be consistent with your goals as a utility?
That would be one of those legs collapsing and the stool would fall down. I would say paramount is that top of the seat that you sit on that holds those up. And so you have to continue to evaluate with strong desires and goals to achieve your environmental goals, but it's got to balance the chair or the seat.
So why in the world is carbon reduction considered in this sentence to be preeminent among all the other goals? Wouldn't it be more correct to say that it is an important goal, or it is a key factor, but not the preeminent goal of the utility?
I would say that the preeminent goal of the utility is the combination of all three of those.
Well, then, would you agree that this sentence needs to be changed to reflect that reality rather than something that isn't accurate, which is that carbon reduction stands at #1 goal?
I think that I believe that the signatories agreed to this language, and this is the language that we have. So.
Well, I understand that, but essentially what you're telling me, because, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not trying to mousetrap you here, but that because the language has been agreed to, you will keep that in there, even though it's not an accurate statement of either your IRP plan or your testimony.
Well, I said Paramount was broader than one item. I mean, it's my point. So I laid out the stool, and Paramount is the three legs. So I don't see Paramount as one item. I see it as the three elements that have to continually work together for all of us to achieve the goals that we all want in New Mexico and for PNM.
Well, let me ask it this way. If the commission approves this stipulation, but changes this language to reflect the testimony you just gave, would you object to that change?
You know, I would have to visit with the joint applicants, because this is a joint applicant
Right.
document. So that's I would defer to visiting with the joint applicants.
So what I hear you saying is that you're willing to have an incorrect statement in a stipulation because parties have agreed to it. And as PNM's future CEO, you're not going to move to have that corrected. Is that your testimony?
Objection, argumentative, and also.
It is argumentative, but he's given two different answers here.
Overruled.
You know, I'm committed to all three elements that I talked about, Mr. Gould. So,
But there can only be one number one, right?
I disagree.
So well, let me ask you this. If your system becomes unreliable because you've accelerated your carbon reduction goals, would you be meeting the NERC reliability criteria?
Reliability is foundational.
Okay.
Reliability is foundational to all we do.
Okay. Well, let's move on then. Can you tell me very briefly what your understanding of the purpose of executive compensation is?
Purpose of executive compensation is to direct executives to achieve certain goals and to reward them when they receive goals, or when they achieve those goals, not receive them, but when they achieve those goals.
Okay, but you would agree with me that if the executive compensation criteria don't match the fundamental obligations of the utility, that's not a good thing. In other words, if you're incentivizing your executives to achieve something that's not a primary goal of the utility, they could be distracted.
I don't know if I would classify it as distracted, but they wouldn't, you know, the focus, it helps to have incentive targets that are focused. Right?
And exactly consistent with your goals as a utility.
With our goals as a utility.
Okay.
Correct.
I'm going to move on then. If you could go and look at the page 21 in Exhibit JA2, which is Exhibit A to the second amended stipulation. It's just the page before what we were previously talking about. Do you have that in front of you?
In the one that you submitted?
No, this is in, I'm not being clear.
Sorry.
What I want to ask you a question about is the second amended stipulation, which is JA2.
Okay.
And I want to ask you a question about paragraph 43, Carbon Reduction Task Force. And that is page 33 of 45 in your Dropbox numbering of that exhibit.
Okay.
Can you tell me briefly what is the purpose of this Carbon Reduction Task Force?
The purpose of this task force is to work together in a collaborative manner to look at opportunities and the ability to feasibly or otherwise the public interest, see if we could become carbon-free by 2035. And this task force will work and together to be able to accomplish that.
And you were listening yesterday when Mr. Kump was testifying?
I listened to part of it, yes.
And did you hear him say that the Avangrid goal is to be carbon neutral by 2035?
I believe I've read that before, yes.
So one of the purposes of this provision is to make the goals of both PNM and the parent company, if this transaction is approved, to bring them into rough parity.
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay. I have a couple of questions about this this task force, and I'll just prep it by saying that my clients do support accelerating the carbon reduction goals as long as it can be done in an affordable and reliable manner. And my understanding of your testimony about the IRP plan, that's your goal as well. You want to accomplish this acceleration in a reliable and affordable manner. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. This is essentially a planning task force, is it not?
I believe so. I mean, Mr. Darnell covers this in his testimony, and he's probably the better witness to walk through with.
Well, and I was going to do that with Mr. Darnell, but since you're the operations guy, I want to get your perspective on it. My concern or my question is, the commission has already established a planning process that covers exactly these same issues under its rule 17.7.3, its IRP rule, and PNM has complied with that rule by filing its triennial IRP plan. Why was it felt that it was necessary to create an entirely different, entirely separate planning process?
You know, I'll defer to Mr. Darnell on that question, Mr.
Would you agree with me, though, from a high level, if you have two separate planning processes that are trying to accomplish the same thing, you could involve the company and the stakeholders in a lot of wasted time and effort?
You know, I think there's probably, and again, I'll defer to Mr. Darnell, but I think there's probably a coordination effort that could build upon each other to be able to accomplish the goals.
Okay, but you would agree with me generally that you cannot plan for carbon reduction independently of planning for reliable service. Would that be a fair statement?
I believe that the plan works together.
Okay. And I understand from your questions and your responses to Mr. Albright that you referred questions about the regional transmission organization in paragraph 42 of the second amended stipulation to Todd Fridley.
Yes, sir.
But I wanted to ask you generally, just for clarification, you agree that as we sit here today, there is no reasonable opportunity for PNM to enter into an RTO?
I don't know if I need to think through that. I'm not sure. I think there's other RTOs, but I think that you've got to find an RTO that meets your customers' needs and explore those elements. And so that's why I defer to Mr. Fridley. He can talk to that.
But at a high level, the commission looked at a couple of options a couple of years back. One of them was PNM joining the SPP. Do you recall that effort at the commission?
I recall the effort. I don't know the details, Mr. Gould.
Okay. Well, then let me ask you at a high level again, and I'll go to Mr. Fridley on this. What is your understanding of if you look at paragraph 42, the last line of that paragraph, it says participation in the Western EIM EDAM or other similar market would not constitute participation in an RTO. What do you understand that sentence to mean, if you can tell me?
Well, I know the EIM is an energy imbalance market, and again, I think these questions are probably better answered by Mr. Fridley. He could provide you a more detailed discussion topic, but an EIM, an energy imbalance market, isn't an RTO. So
why
again,
not?
I'll defer to, because it's just balancing the energy in the system. But you know, you sell into California ISO, and they perform it that way. So
Okay.
again, I defer to Mr. Fridley on these RTO questions.
What, maybe you can tell me this then, what does the acronym EDAM mean?
I'd defer to Mr. Fridley.
Okay. And would you, and I'll move on from here, but would you agree that the major element of an RTO is that the RTO controls the transmission system of the utility that's in the RTO, controls the dispatch of resources as well? Is that the fundamental job of an RTO?
You know, I'll defer to Mr. It depends on how they're established and set up, Mr. Gould, so I'll defer to Mr. Fridley.
Okay, one final question. I promised one final, but you know, us lawyers, we can never resist the last lick. Is this paragraph intended in any way to control the actions of a future commission? Or is it your understanding that when an RTO proposal is made, the commission at that time and all the stakeholders are free to take any position they think is reasonable at that future time?
You know, I think the language is pretty clear where it says it's subject to commission review and approval. So in that 42, okay. So the commission would have to review and approve, and human folks would take whatever position
okay.
desired.
So that the idea is that we are looking forward to the benefits that we can achieve in the state if we have a larger footprint to trade in, but exactly how we're going to do that in the future is up to the future commissioners and the future stakeholders. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
I would like you now, if you could, to look at the testimony in opposition that was filed by Mr. Michael Gorman on behalf of Inamaria. That is Inamaria Exhibit 4. And I want to ask you a few questions about that.
Just 1 second.
Sure, absolutely. I put it down and lost track of it myself.
And Mr. Gould, you said number 4?
Yes, Inamaria number 4. And this is the testimony that Mr. Gorman filed on July 16th, 2021.
I have that, Mr. Gould.
At a high level, you've reviewed this testimony, have you not?
I have.
And you've responded to certain statements in that testimony, have you not?
I have.
And at a high level, the statements by Mr. Gorman and his proposals reflect settlement negotiations and agreements that we have reached, that my client has reached with the joint applicants. Is that a fair summary of that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would like you to, thought I had it marked. I would like you to turn to page, gosh. Page 33 of Mr. Gorman's testimony in opposition.
Page 33.
Page 33, going on to page 35. And if you would just take a couple of minutes, I don't want you to read anything out loud, but if you could just quickly read that, so when I ask you questions, you're familiar, you've refreshed your recollection on what that testimony states.
How far did you want me to go, Mr. Gould?
If you could just go to the top of page 36, 36, there's some additional language that Mr. Gorman is recommending.
Okay.
At a high level, would you agree these are all Mr. Gorman's recommendations as a result of our settlement negotiations for additions to paragraph 36 of the second amended stipulation?
Yes.
And they are all directed at trying to ensure that post-acquisition, the service, the on-the-ground service that's provided to PNM's customers remains at the highest level that we can ensure. Is that a fair summary of his testimony?
Yes.
And portions of that are like on page 34 is ensuring that PNM is making proper utility investments that are required for reliable service. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you agreed to the addition of that language to the second amended stipulation as a
Yes.
company. And on page 35, there's a power quality study that you're committing, PNM's committing to do for large customers, and you're agreeing to that study with a minor change that moving out the time frame in which the company would have to do that power quality study for large customers. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, moving out the time period, but yes.
And why are such power quality studies important in the context of this transaction?
Well, the power quality, especially for large customers, any type of dip in the power quality causes significant issues, but it also does for smaller customers as well.
But you would agree with me that, say, for instance, if a customer has a facility where the tools for the manufacturer are very sensitive, that power quality issues that don't affect normal customers can dramatically affect those large customers. Is that a fair general statement?
It is. We work closely with the large power customers for that reason.
Okay. And then on page 35, you've committed to report in each of the next 3 rate cases, the number of full-time employees at PNM. Do you see that?
Yes.
My understanding is the purpose of that is to make sure that PNM going forward is adequately staffed with service maintenance folks and operational folks, so that the power quality and the service quality issues that affected some of the Northeast utilities under Avangrid ownership can be prevented. Is that your understanding of the purpose of that report?
Yeah, my understanding would be that, it would provide a benefit to ensure that our reliability stays, for these customers where it needs to be.
And that report would give the commission the flexibility, rather than demanding, say, for instance, that PNM employ 1,800 people. It would give the commission some review of that, and would give the commission some flexibility on determining what the proper number of employees should be at the utility to maintain that power quality. Is that a fair statement?
It would provide them an understanding of what we're doing, correct?
Okay, and then I want you to look at the top of page 36. You see lines 4 through 8.
Yes.
Would you read that into the record, please?
Workforce commitments. Joint applicants commit that they will ensure that there will be no material diminution in current levels.
I'm sorry, you dropped off. No material.
DIMINUTION. In current levels of quality and customer service or system reliability for as long as Avangrid or affiliated interest owns PNMR and PNM.
And as the future CEO of PNM, do you affirm that you are specifically in support of that language, that you're making that pledge to the commission going forward?
Yes.
Okay. I would like you now, if you have access to it, could you turn, and this is not in any Dropbox, but this is the procedural order of May 28th, 2020, issued by the hearing examiner in this case. Do you have access to that document?
Yeah, let me find it real quick.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think I have it, Mr. Gould.
Okay, if you would turn to page 7 of that order. At the top of the page, there's a paragraph. And I'm going to read portions of that paragraph into the record and ask you to respond to it, okay? And in this paragraph, the hearing officer is talking about the need to establish the schedule that we're operating under today in this case. And he states, the reasons for the latter schedule also include, number one, the need for parties to thoroughly address the 28 pages of regulatory commitments in the most recent version of the stipulation filed on May 7th, 2021, plus the likely amendment proposed by County of Los Alamos and MSR Public Power Utility. And then number two, the need to address the joint applicant's May 18th, 2021, 2,600 page response to the May 11th order, parens, which response identified approximately 60 million in penalties and cost disallowances for Avangrid Networks electric and gas utility subsidiaries over the last 5 years. And then number three, the need to address the 7,000 pages in the joint applicant's May 24th, 2021 response to Commissioner Byrd's bench request. And I'll end it there. So do you disagree with any of those statements made by the hearing examiner, for instance, that there have been $60 million in penalties and disallowances for the Avangrid utilities in the Northeast?
You know, I would defer to Avangrid on that one. I haven't gone through that level of detail to confirm.
Okay.
I mean, I trust the hearing examiner grabbed that number.
Okay.
So,
you know, my client, and I'll just make this statement in preface to a question. My client is supporting this acquisition with your companies and with Avangrid's agreement to the changes that were proposed and the testimony of Mike Gorman. However, there is still, I would say, a level of discomfort, and that's a very weak word, with the performance issues that have been revealed in the 4 Avangrid owned utilities in the Northeast. And I'm certain that you have the same level of discomfort. And I want to hear you state what you're going to do as a CEO to make sure that those performance failures don't occur in New Mexico post acquisition. So if you could address that issue, because my clients, and I'm not trying to trap you or anything like that, my clients have when we started giving them this information, they were like, wow, oh my God. So we're supporting this acquisition, but we want you to address what you're going to be doing as CEO to make sure it doesn't happen here.
yeah, and I disagree with your premise that, you know, they're a poorly ran utility and so forth there. I mean, they run 8 operations. I think when you look at the Liberty report, they made significant improvements in 2019 and 2020, and that was recognized there. So they care about their operations, Mr. Gould. So that being said, I think you look at the stipulated agreement and the things that have been put in there, specifically around local management and local management control of the things that they have control over. You look at a board of all New Mexico residents, you know, is a powerful element that's part of this stipulation. And you look at the delegation of authority that we've agreed to, that will come down from Avangrid delegating the authority to PNM to operate to serve PNM customers. And we could walk through each one of those stipulated agreements, but I'm very comfortable, very comfortable that the stipulated agreements and the role that I have and the interaction I've had with Avangrid management, that I will have control and I will be able to run the utility. And the good thing is, even if I'm not here down the road, because someday I will retire, I'm confident, because I plan to stay in New Mexico because this is home. I'm confident that the stipulated agreement supports continued support and reliability and customer service metrics and all the things that we've agreed to.
And I would just caution you not to be so quick to say you can retire. I thought I was going to retire when I hired my daughter, but she tells me I got to stick around. So you segued into something that I did want to ask you about. The current CEO of PNM, Patricia Vincent Colon, has been in that position for how long?
I believe, and subject to check, I believe she's been in there for, let me think through this real quick, something like 15 years.
That's my recollection as well. Do you, and that has provided a large degree of continuity for this utility, isn't that, would that be your understanding?
Yes, she's done a tremendous job for New Mexico and the utility.
And you've got a lot of other longtime high-level executives at the utility, do you not? Mr. Darnell's been there for 10 or 15 years. Mr. Apodaca's been there for quite a while. Do you understand that Avangrid is going to take the same philosophy to keeping the high-level executives at PNM?
They will keep the high-level executives at PNM.
One of the things that was mentioned that came out in the cross-examination of Mr. Kump yesterday in the main audit was that there was at least an allegation of a lot of cycling of employees through the management of Central Maine Power, and that indirectly caused some of the service quality issues. Do you remember that testimony?
The testimony of Mr. Kump saying that?
No,
I don't.
Well, let me ask it this way. Are you familiar enough with the CMP audit to understand that that was one of the critiques of the CPM and the Avangrid management?
That I do recall seeing that in the CMP audit.
What steps are you going to take to make sure that we don't have the same short-term cycling of folks that don't understand New Mexico through this utility post-acquisition?
I have complete control over hiring. So I control the folks that work within PNM. That's the delegation of authority and the elements that I have been given to me or will have given to me.
And one of the other critiques in the Liberty audit was that the management at Avangrid seemed to be focused on short-term savings and improving the financial metrics on a short-term basis, and that resulted or indirectly caused some of the power quality failures. How do you intend to manage the pressure from Avangrid and Iberdrola to essentially make PNM a profit center for the larger corporation?
You know, I've learned through my 25 years, Mr. Gould, it starts with the customer and it starts with providing reliable service. That's the reason why we have the ability to file rate cases. And as you continue to meet those needs, and if you have shortfalls in your allowed return, you're able to file a rate case to facilitate that. So it'll be a bottom-up approach on the budget. It'll be listening to my operation teams and what they need, and then being able to execute on that.
Is it your understanding, and this is kind of doubling back on that carbon task force, are you going to be involved in that carbon task force?
I would probably delegate that to one of my senior executives to facilitate that.
In the IRP was signed by, get his name correct, by not only Pat Vincent Colon, she did the cover letter, but by Nick Phillips, who is signed as the Director of Integrated Resource Planning. Are you familiar with Mr. Phillips and his job?
I am.
Wouldn't it be important for him to be the leader, or at least one of the lead people in that carbon task force if it goes forward?
We'll take that into consideration.
But if he's doing your IRP planning and he's not part of that task force, it seems like there's a little bit of a disjunction, and you could create two different processes that are not really helping each other. Do you see my concern?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Gould, and we'll look at the best way to manage that so that we don't have duplicate processes and we're very aware of the time commitments of the different individuals, including our individuals, so they'll be
Yeah.
ran in a smooth and efficient way.
Is there anything that you want to supplement to the testimony you've told me that I haven't allowed you to answer because I've been a little too abrupt and jumping on your testimony?
No,
Mr. Shanauer, I'm done, and if I could just save whatever small remainder of my time for Mr. Darnell.
You have 4 minutes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Cherry. We look forward to working with you. We think it's a very dynamic time for New Mexico, and we appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Go.
Okay, Ms. Nanette, next, you reserved 50 minutes. We're going to have to break for the middle of that. So if you could go for about half an hour and then we'll break and come back for another 20.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Tyree. My name is Marielle Nanasi. I've never had the pleasure of cross-examining you.
Well, I look forward to meeting you in person.
Yeah, hopefully that will happen someday. Okay, can I have a minute here to pull this up? If you would, please, sir. I'm going to ask you mostly the questions about 2 documents. So I'll tell you right now, and if you could actually pull them both up simultaneously, I'd really like that, because I'd like to be able to go back. Do you have that capacity? To go
I
back?
have everything I think is printed, so I could try, so.
Okay, great, thank you. So the thing, the 2 items that I'd like to focus on mostly are your JA Exhibit 21, which is a supplemental Terry of 226. And then the other thing is I'd like you to please pull up under the new energy economy in Dropbox, if you could please pull up revised NE Exhibit 10.
And it was 10, which interrogatory was it?
Well, I'm going to be mostly focusing on 10.2 and 10.3.
Okay, I think I have them. If I don't, as we go through, then stop.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can I have just like 10 seconds, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. So could we go to your JDT1? And what would you prefer? There's numbers at the top of that document, or there's numbers at the bottom. So which to get to your testimony?
And just to confirm, this is the February, just to confirm, this is the February 26th supplement testimony. I would prefer
Yes,
the
sir.
numbers at the bottom. I'd prefer the numbers, Ms. Nasi, at the ones at the bottom. That'd be helpful.
Okay, great. So could you please turn to page 70? I realize these numbers that are here are estimates, but given that, does this document state that upon closing of the merger, the top 6 senior management at PNM will receive a golden parachute compensation that is estimated in total to be $38,310,298?
I haven't totaled them up yet. It says, if you look at the paragraph right before, it talks about a double trigger. And that double trigger would be that it requires 2 conditions, the completion of the merger and covered termination. And so I would say that for those that are not being terminated like myself, no, I would not receive that compensation. So for myself, Ron Darnell and Chris Olson, and again, I think you addressed it correctly, but this is an estimate as of December 30th, as of that date.
Okay, so then just, you could do the rough math with me. So if it's $19 million for Patricia Colon, Charles Eldred gets 6.8 million, and Joseph Terry gets 2.9 million. And if we just round the numbers out, it would be 19 million plus 7 million plus 3 million. That is 29 million. Is that right?
Well, I think you picked up me instead of Patrick Apodakas, so I
Oh, yes, you're correct.
yeah, I'm
So then
sticking
maybe
around,
that's a little bit more. So that's about 31 million. Is that correct?
19, 7, and 3, so yeah, yes, that is.
Okay. So those are for the top 6 management officers, or the top 3 management officers at PNM will receive that compensation, correct? If the merger goes through.
If the merger goes through, in my testimony, I explained that a good portion of this benefit, Patricia, Chuck, or Patrick could retire and collect the same amount. So, I mean, as long as that's noted in my exhibit, so.
So then there's there's something else that you talk about here in this report to the SEC. And that is, there's 2 kinds of stocks, as you spoke to Mr. Albright about. One is called performance shares, and the other one is restricted stock rights. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the restricted shares are shares that vest over a period of time, whereas performance shares are stocks that officers received that vest immediately when certain performance criteria or metrics have been obtained. Is that right?
They're a 3-year plan, and so the way the performance shares would work is it's not when I meet the metric, it's when the time happens and I met the metric. So it'd be 3 years plus the metric. And at that time, I would get some restricted stock, and then that would be 3 more years before, because it spreads 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 as it goes through. So it's not immediately when you meet performance standards, but it's over a space and period of time. So it's goals today that we will achieve in 3 years.
So on page 67, if you will, sir, in the middle of this page, there's a table that sets forth the number of PNMR restricted stock rights held by executive officers as of December 31st, 2020, that will be converted into equivalent awards of cash settled restricted stock rights relating to Avangrid's common stock. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what I want to know is, let's say with Ms. Colon, she's going to get 26,521. Is that of the PNM our stock, or is that the Avangrid stock?
It's actually a cash settled stock, and it would be in that, if you go back to page 70, that equity column on page 70, that's part of what's included in that equity column. So just so you make sure you're not double counting, but for those that will lose their jobs, theirs vests immediately, and it's part of that change of control package or golden parachute. For those that are remaining, it turns into cash that's measured on Avangrid stock, but spread over a 3-year period. So.
Okay, so like literally, let's say, I'm just making this up, but let's say if the merger closes and on January 20th, 2021, the merger closes. So does that mean that 26,521 stocks, are they going to be like, if it was yesterday's, I looked up yesterday's price share, which is about PNM $48 a share and Avangrid's about $54 a share. Which one of those, or is it the $50.30 per share that we use?
It's the $50.30 per share that you would use for those that are terminating.
Okay, now, so you said that the restricted stocks rights become vested immediately for those officers who are going to leave PNM. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but everyone, like who's listed here on page 70, gets some golden parachute compensation, right?
No, what happens for me, and I'll use myself as an example. Right now, if you look at me, I have 2,175 restricted stock awards. Those are already granted to me, but they vest over the next 3 years. And so what happens is that 2,175 now turns into cash, but I still have to stay each of the 3 years. So my compensation wouldn't have changed. It's just that it turns into more of a time vested. So from that perspective, so.
Can you go to page 71 and look at footnote 2 with me? About halfway through, there's a footnote 2, and I hear what you just said, but that doesn't, I don't think, jive with what footnote 2 says, which says, I'm in the middle of it, the amounts reflect acceleration of performance-based shares based on management projections of actual performance to date, as described above. And this is the important part. The time vested restricted stock rights will fully vest upon termination, upon a change in control.
Yeah, so they fully vest, but they're not granted to me. For the 3 that are staying, they're not granted. They turn into more of time vested, and so they fit into the same period that I would have normally got them. So, the way that the SEC does these documents, and they do them as if everyone is terminated upon closing, and that's why they do the golden parachute with all the names and the numbers. But then they layer in this discussion about double trigger and so forth. So I get that they're a little confusing, but for me and for Chris Olson and for Ron Darnell, they vest because now there's no more PNM Resources stock because it'll be dislisted. So they have to vest because they're a stock right. They turn into cash, and then they get put in the same year I would have got them anyway.
But now there'd be Avangrid stock for you.
They're cash, but there's a ratio so that they're tied to Avangrid stock for what I actually get. So.
Okay, so the numbers under the golden parachute compensation, is it your testimony that the numbers under the golden parachute compensation on page 70 really only apply to Pat Cologne, Charles Eldred, and Patrick Apodaca?
My testimony is yes. I mean, there are elements that happen like I've described about restricted stock converting. The performance will convert as well and be paid out in the same period that it would have normally been paid, based on a performance metric. But yes, for Patricia Colon, for Charles Eldred, and for Patrick Apodaca, they are the ones that are meeting the double trigger event that it's talked about right above that.
Right. So, okay. So now in this equity column that makes up the total, you know, if you go further on the right-hand side, that is that both the performance shares and the restricted shares?
Yes,
Okay.
that is.
And is that, I mean, just if you would just go up to 68, page 68, there are two columns there with the same names of the executives, and that's target performance shares and maximum performance shares. What is the difference between those two?
The difference would be what the actual goal achievement was, given that we have a close date, and the process will work like this. Prior to the close date, the merger gets approved, there's usually a window of 5 or 10 days or something. There'll be an assessment, because these goals are 3 years in advance or 2 years in advance, and that complicates, you know, because they relate to PNM Resources stock and PNM Resources balance sheet that will no longer be part of PNM Resources. And so there'll be a measurement date at that point in time to determine for these 3 plans, there's 3 years because it's 3 different plans, at what performance level will exist to pay under. So we won't know if it's target performance, maximum performance, or somewhere in between until we are at the close of the transaction. So it'll be, the lowest it'll be the target performance shares, the max it would be the max performance shares, and could be likely, the most likely it'd be somewhere in between.
And so if, let's say it's the maximum performance share, that would be the $50.30, essentially times 229,314 shares, which I've done the calculation, and that's $11,534,494.
Sorry, a little slower, 11,500,000.
First of all, I apologize, Mr. Lee. $11,534,494. Right? Now, is that included in that golden parachute compensation below?
You know, I would have to do the calculations. My guess is it's, and I'm trying to read the footnote, hold on one second. It's probably based off of the target, but I will have to, you know, take a look at that.
I think that you're probably correct. So it is possible that this 19 million is actually a low figure for just Pat Cologne herself.
Yeah, it would depend on reference doing the calculations. You know, we would have to look at that to determine that.
Right, because if my math is correct and she receives the maximum performance share, plus she receives the other restricted shares, which is another 26,000. And if it's at the closing price of $50.30, that's way over 19,040,000, isn't it?
Again, I would have to do the math.
Well, let's just do it for a second. I mean, roughly, right? Okay. So could you confirm with me that 229,314 times $50.30 is 11,534,494?
I don't have a calculator on me. I
Do you have
know
a
I've been
phone?
a finance guy. Excuse me?
Do you have a phone?
No, I don't have my phone. I
Okay.
did not want to be distracted.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, subject to check, if my math was correct, just on that alone, that's $11 million. Let's just say 11 million for ease. So 11 million plus the cash would be over 20 million. And so we know that it couldn't be just that it couldn't be the maximum shares that were added there. Is that right?
Hearing examiner, let me object, please. This is Rick Alvidrez. Ms. Nanasi is testifying. It's not a Carrie's testimony. She's done these calculations and is presenting them as true with no ability for Mr. Carey to confirm them on the witness stand. So it's appropriate to ask him to testify or to verify her math on that basis.
Okay. What's your ruling? I don't think they would do this with anybody else, but let's do it. Here we go. Do you see my phone right here?
Yeah, I'm overruling the objection.
Sir, do you see my phone right here? I don't know how to do this. Okay. All right, let's just do this. I'm going to put 229,314 times. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, so I did times $50.30 equals 11,534,494.20, right? Do you confirm that that's what that says?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. So back to the question. If that's 11,500,000 and 9 million, we know that that's over 20 million. So this total couldn't be the total if the maximum shares were included. Is that right?
That seems based on the calculation that you did.
Okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, if you could, also, I asked you if you could look at what you tendered in response to New Energy Economy. Um, 10-2, sir.
Yeah, let me grab that.
Can I have another 5 seconds, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, so could you, so we asked you about, I mean, I'll just read this, the question, 10-2, please explain and provide the formula that PNM executive compensation bonuses were calculated. Is the amount of executive compensation based upon or affected by the acquisition price? And if so, how? So what I want to know, if you could share with us, all the executives that are currently employed, those 6 persons, they get a base salary. Is that right?
They do get a base salary. Yes, ma'am.
And then, according to your table, they also get a target award opportunity. Is that correct?
Yeah, this does give you a little bit of background. This plan is developed and there's a compensation committee of the board that determines this, and they hire an independent expert. And so they've developed this target award basis based on, retaining executives. This is based on goal achievement. And so this is the annual incentive plan. And so this is based on goal achievement, and the goals, just so you have a frame of reference of the goals, it's customer satisfaction is one of the goals. It's reliability, which is one of the goals, and then it's earnings per share. So it's a combination of those three goals that establish this plan.
You said before, I believe, that there's three plans. The annual incentive plan. Can you tell us the names of the other plans?
So there's the annual incentive plan, and then there's one other plan. It's called the long-term incentive plan. And that's the one we just spent, several minutes on, and it has two different measures. So it has the restricted stock measure, and then it has the long-term incentive component, which is spread over 3 years. This plan is an annual plan based on the results that happen annually to the operations. So
Now, in that long-term incentive plan, that's where the stocks are, right? That are granted. Some are restricted, and then some are performance in the long-term incentive plan. Is that right?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So in the long-term incentive plan would be your stock components. So again, the restricted stock and the performance-based stock.
And does the vesting happen for the restricted stock every 3 years?
The vesting happens, it's a 3-year vesting, so it's the way to think about it is that 1/3 invest 1 year out, another third vests the second year out, and then the final one vests 3 years out.
So basically there's some vesting every year. Is that right?
Yeah, it's 1/3, 1/3, 1/3.
Okay. So now we go back to the executive compensation. And if you could go down to what's marked here as page 5 of 8. So what we have is we have the executive compensation plus benefits. We have the annual incentive plan. We have the long-term incentive plan. We have the golden parachute. And isn't there also a cash bonus as a result of the merger itself?
No, there's no, well, when you say cash bonus, are you talking about the ones that are, I guess I don't know what you mean by cash bonus, sorry.
Okay, I might be wrong. So is that when the stocks vest at the time of closing?
I'm really sorry. Can you tell me what document because I mean, we got the LTIP and we got the annual incentive, and I don't want to mix and match. I want to be as direct and clear as I can.
Well, thank you. And it's just very confusing, and I'm trying to put it all together so that the commission understands how much money the 6 executives are getting as a result of this merger. That's what I'm really wanting to know. So I know that some of you are staying and you're not going to get all of the money at once. But what I really want to know is, can we have 2 categories? The people who are leaving, so that's Ms. Cologne, Mr. Eldred, and Mr. Apodaca in one category, and then the people who are staying, and essentially, where is the money coming from, in what categories, and how much? That's what I would like to be part of this record right now. So if you could share with us the totals, how those 2 different sets of executives are getting the money and what that money amounts to.
I mean, I can't do that on the fly here. I mean, I don't want to confuse anybody associated with that, Ms. Manassi.
Okay.
Need to break for lunch. Is that something you can do over lunch?
I think we could put a schedule together over lunch, if that's what you're asking for, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Well, I'm just asking if, I'm trying to, I guess, organize our hearing here. Ms. Nanazi is going to have time to do cross-examination after lunch. And just want to, try and get through this and, get accurate answers and give Ms. Nanazi the time she needs to do her cross and, be fair to everyone. Would this be a good time to break, Ms. Nanazi?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, well, why don't we break, recess an hour for lunch, come back at 1:15, and hopefully, Mr. Terry, you can provide the answers to that question by then.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
And I guess one other thing to, I really doubt that we're not going to get to Andrea Crane today. I'm sure of that. So, Mr. Gedko, are you able to tell us, he dropped off and he's getting back. Mr. Gedko?
Perhaps we should do this.
He's connecting.
Oh, he is, okay.
Yeah, it's just Mr. Gedko. There you are. I was just saying that we're not going to get to Andrea Crane today. Is she on Monday?
Yeah, I'm sorry. There was a lot of voices coming through there. Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Andrea will be available Monday. I apologize. We lost connection to the Zoom there for a while.
Okay. Well, just wanted to let you know that she does not need to be available today. She can do whatever she needs to do. And we'll get to her on Monday. Okay. All right. Well, let's break for lunch and return at 1:15.
Thank you.
Hey, Jeff, can you hear me? Okay.
Sure can.
Okay, I had created a malfunction on my microphone earlier, so I just wanted to make sure that wasn't continuing.
Where is Kelly when we need her?
Well, that's the thing. I'm reminded there was an old Saturday Night Live skit where the whole 3 Mile Island was created, the catastrophe, because somebody knocked over a can of Pepsi on a control panel. That's how I feel. It's like, what did I just do? Anyway, okay, cool.
Mom caught all the way up. I'm ready for my beating, Mr. Gould.
I think you're good to go.
It's time to saddle up and ride for the brand.
Hey, we got to get the ponies out in the field. That's true. Herd up these cattle.
Hey, Jeff, remember you were asking about the cost of transaction? Was that in the July testimony that you asked about?
Oh, let me see here. I think it was in,
It was in the June 16th testimony in support of the second amended STIP.
Well, that's June 18th. Okay.
I think, but I don't want to.
I'm ready when you are, Judge.
Okay, let's get back on the record. Mr. Nazzi, you have 20 minutes, so go ahead.
Mr. Shanauer, Mr. Peter Gould for NM area. I would like to ask if I could just do something before Ms. Nanazzi continues her cross, which is, I neglected to do this, so this is my bad. I'd like to ask if we could admit NM area Exhibit 5 and NM area Exhibit 6 into the record. These are the two exhibits that I cross-examined Mr. Terry on.
Is there any objection?
No objection from PNM or PNMR.
Okay, I don't hear any other objections. NM area exhibits 5 and 6 are admitted.
And Mr. Shanauer, Mr. Gould again, we did do a slight bit of cross using NM area Exhibit 4, the testimony of Michael P. Gorman filed on July 16th, but we will wait to seek to introduce that after Mr. Gorman testifies on the 19th. Thank you.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Nazzi.
Hi, Mr. Terry. Did you, were you able to, oh, my picture is all of a sudden not on here. Were you able to find out that information that we asked you to get about the totals of compensation for the 3 officers who would be leaving if the merger is approved and the 3 officers who would be staying, and in what buckets those that full compensation would come in?
Yeah, let me walk you through the proxy and what I put together. I do want to reiterate, there is no bonuses to the senior executives for the merger and the closing of the merger. So I think that's important. And I'm tying back to the proxy and per SEC rules, and I'll kind of walk through this as we go through. But Miss
Wait,
Patricia,
could you just clarify when you said there are no bonuses for the?
Yeah, there is no bonuses. None of the senior officers are getting a bonus for the closing of the merger.
But they are getting the golden parachute, right?
3 of them will get a change of control. And I was going to walk through that. And the other thing I want to reiterate is, I mean, the way the SEC rules work, these are estimates, and I think I covered this before, as of December of last year. So the way the SEC work is you do an estimate prior to filing your proxy, so that your shareholders, you know, have whatever the estimate would be, and it's based as of December 30th of 2020. So working off of Ms. Colon first, the total proxy, the change of control related golden parachute total is $19,040,958. The amount for her, you know, being terminated and so forth is what we'd call the change of control. Those are the payments for her losing her job, or $7,487,661. And the other amount is due to her being retirement eligible. And I think I mentioned this before. She would get this whether the merger happened. I mean, it's part of her normal compensation. If she retired, she'd get this, and it's $11,553,297.
297?
I'm sorry, 11,500.
53,297.
Thank you.
And do you have a total for all of that?
The total for that would be 19,040,958.
No, I know, but 19 million, 7 million, and 11 million, and all that change. Do you have a total?
No, 19 million is the total, and it's broken between the 2 buckets: the change of control for her losing her job, and then the amount that, as part of her compensation plan, she would have got anyway under retirement. She was retirement eligible, so she could have got the 11,553,297.
Okay, so if you could, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, but then I have a follow-up question before you go to the next.
Yeah, and just to clarify, Ms. Manazi, what I said before, per SEC rules, the way this is calculated is it takes, you know, her 3 years of her stock awards and averages them. And so where that comes out on the table, when you were trying to do the target or the max, it's in the middle somewhere. So, I mean, that's what these numbers represent, between target and max, in the middle. So.
Okay, so actually, this is the number on page 70 of your JDT1, right?
Correct.
That's the number. And then is there another amount though that she is getting, like her base salary and benefits that you?
No, this encompasses all of it. So the change of control, that 7,487,000, represents, you know, the compensation for losing the job, for losing her job.
And so then the executive, if you could just, before you go on, so we are clear, when I asked you about 10, you know, your answer to our interrogatories on NE interrogatory 10-2, and you put down here the executive salary and, you know, final cash award, that table right there for every senior management officer.
Yeah, that is, just so I make sure I understand, that is the annual incentive that was paid out in 2020. So that's already paid out and done. That's part of the normal annual incentive plan. So that table answer to 10-2, that's compensation based on 2020. And so it was paid out in 2020.
Okay, so is it your testimony, sir, that for Pat Vincent Cologne, at the end, is she, at the end of the merger, she's gonna get that 19,040,000 and 158 number.
First of all, I'll caveat it. Sorry for speaking over you. First, I would caveat it that this is based on an estimate as of 2020, based on those facts and circumstances in 2020. Per the change of control, she's going to get 7.4 million for losing her job, and she was eligible for under retirement of 11,553,297. So that's how I break them up.
Okay.
For a total of 19,040.
Okay, and what I want to know is, but that is in addition to her current executive salary and benefits. Is that also true?
She's working right now, so she's getting her normal salary right now as she works. On termination, she's no longer working, so she doesn't collect a salary, and so these would be the benefits she would get, the ones that were tied to retirement eligible and the ones tied to her losing her job, which is the change of control.
Okay, now please continue. Thanks for that explanation.
Mr. Eldred, per the proxy, it's 6,820,884. The amount that Mr. Eldred is getting for losing his job, change of control, would be 2,955,626. And the other due to his retirement eligible would be 3,865,258. And again, that totals the total amount that I started with, which was 6,820,884.
Okay, so then the next person is Mr. Apodaca, correct?
Mr. Apodaca, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in addition to their executive salary now, if the merger happens, those three people will basically get $30 million. Is that right?
If the merger happens, they'll get a change of control for losing their job. And you didn't ask me Patrick Apodaca's numbers, but I mean, I can give those to you if you want, or I can just give you the total.
Is it the same as what's written here on page 70? The total is 3,713,000.
Total
Yeah,
is, wait a minute, the total is
3,713,000. Is that right, sir?
That's the total but if you break it down between the change of control, so you take the 3,713,207, 2,015,729 is the change of control for losing your job, and the retirement eligible piece is 1,697,478.
Okay, so my question to you is, between Ms. Cologne, Mr. Eldred, and Mr. Apodaca, those three people will get $30 million from the Golden Parachute. Estimated.
I would break it down into the two. They get 12.4 million for losing their job. That's the change of control. And they were retirement eligible for $17,116,033.
Okay. And how much will you get in addition to your current executive salary at the time if the merger closes?
I get zero. I get my normal plan. It's the normal comp plan that I get. So
do you get this 2,939,455, but then it just vests in different time periods?
No, ma'am, because I'm not losing my job. So I just get my normal performance and restricted stock that I normally would have got, my normal comp package. I do not get any change of control.
Could you please turn to, in that same 10th set, the question that I asked you in the interrogatory 10-6 was, please state the exact amount of arrearages outstanding for residential ratepayers as of April 15th, 2021, net any federal or state government subsidies, grant, or payment for this specific purpose PNM is claiming as part of the utility shutoff moratorium pursuant to the COVID-19 emergency order. Could you read your response, please?
Yes, ma'am. The total residential arrears as of April 15th, 2021, net of any state or federal assistance is $20,002,930.
And I think that you testified before that that number has gone up since April 15th, 2021, right?
I think that it's about the same. During the breaks, somebody showed me we were right around that 20 million still.
Okay. And I read in the paper today that PNM says that there's 44,000 people that are going to be subject to disconnection because the moratorium has been lifted. Is that accurate?
I haven't seen the news story, but that seems accurate. The great thing about our customer service folks is they're reaching out, trying to get folks to call in because they have ways of all this money that's out there, and they're helping them and doing a great job at it.
But it also said in the paper, and I just wanted to confirm that PNM was going to start in 2 days, I believe, disconnecting 500 customers per day, beginning in 2 days. Is that right?
That seems correct. What we're encouraging folks to do is call in and make payment arrangements so we can work with them and not turn them off. So, absolutely.
And in this stipulation, the one that's currently before us, it says that the joint applicants would give $6 million to wipe out the arrearages, or 6 million out of the 20 million approximately that you answered here. How is that going? And I understand that there's a potential that if the water authority doesn't oppose, that there's going to be another 4 million added. So that's 10 million, which is still only half of those arrearages. Could you, is that your understanding?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. That is my understanding.
And could you tell me how is that, if it's 6 or 10 million, how is that going to be applied to this 20 million dollar arrearages?
Yes, ma'am, and we'll have to work through that at the time of the merger closing. I still think that we gave 2 million back as out of shareholder money back in September of 2020, and I still believe some of that's left as well too. So, but we'll work through the logistics of that and how we're going to make sure that goes to those residential customers that have been impacted by COVID.
So I just need to just ask you something that I really find to be problematic and unfair. Ms. Cologne's golden parachute, and I understand that part of it is what you explained, was this retirement money, is about the equivalent of 44,000 people who might be disconnected next week. Could you explain how those two things can be, if you have a duty as a commissioner to balance the interests of ratepayers and shareholders, how could this possibly be considered fair and equitable?
Well, Ms. Cologne, I mean, these merger or these change of control plans that they're paid under have been in place for a long time. She is losing her job from that perspective, and so she's entitled to that. And it's being paid out of shareholder dollars. On the COVID relief, I mean, as part of the merger, it was $10 million that's out there to benefit the individuals, so almost half of it. And again, I commented before that there's $2 million that we had provided, and there's still some of that left as well too. So, I mean, I feel like the company is doing all they can, and they're working with customers on payment arrangements, and like I mentioned before, there's lots of federal assistance out there, and we've trained our CSRs to reach out specifically. And when a customer calls in, they'll work with them to be able to figure out how not just to get their utilities paid, but rent and support and everything like that. Because I mean, we're very invested in the community from that perspective.
Would the joint applicants consider wiping out that arrearages completely? I mean, these are the poorest people in New Mexico, is that right?
I have no idea who they are specifically. I think that the stipulation that we've came forward with is where we're at.
Sir, I asked Mr. Azagra Velasquez a couple of questions about the Four Corners divestiture. And in my remaining time, I'd like to ask you about that. You understand that in the merger, there's a requirement that that PNM divest itself from Four Corners, correct?
There is that they have an agreement in place and file for an abandonment. That's the agreement that's in the merger.
And if the merger requires the divestiture agreements that were in place, that means the sale of Four Corners to Entech. And that also means that ratepayers would owe the company, if it's approved, $300 million plus interest on every bill of every customer, non-bypassable for 25 years. You have stated, as well as the other joint applicants, Avangrid and Iberdrola, that there would be no transaction cost. That's in your testimony, is it not?
Well, first of all, I disagree with your comment that the ratepayers will be impacted. They're, you know, PNM and our vision of a clean energy future started the Four Corners process, and our intent to exit the Four Corners process back in 2018, mid-2018, and we've continued through that process. Whether this merger is approved or not, we're continuing through that process. So I don't see any way how it's a transaction cost.
Well, sir,
Ms. Nanazi,
it's my time's up.
2 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you. I didn't hear you. Well, there's two things that you just said there. One is that in mid-2018, you decided to start the divestiture process of Four Corners. Is that what you just said?
No, I said coming out, what I was trying to say is that was our first meetings with individuals to be able to exit Four Corners in the mid-2018. Coming out of the 2016 rate case that went into effect in 2018, there was a commitment to look at exiting Four Corners in 2024. And, you know, as we continue to focus on the environment and what we're trying to do as a company, we've headed down that path. And
Okay, sir. So after getting it included in rates on January 2018, somewhere in mid-2018, you started to think about getting out of the plant that you had just gotten accepted into rates?
it was in the summer of 2018, based on us exploring and listening to comments about reviewing it in 2024. So yeah, I mean, that's when we started to look at it, what alternatives were there to exit Four Corners.
And you understand that Avangrid and Iberdrola had said that they cannot have any coal as part of their asset portfolio because of their ESG goals, and therefore required it as part of the merger that PNM divest, correct?
We were already headed down that path, so
But
we
it's-
were already
but-
pursuing the path.
Whether you're pursuing it or not, it's part of the merger that requires that divestiture, is it not?
What's part of the merger is an agreement and filing for an abandonment. That's part of the merger, and that part of the merger agreement has been fulfilled. We've filed with the commission, and the abandonment process will move forward in that chain.
And you're asking.
Now time is up now.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Mossy. Appreciate it.
Okay, next is staff. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. In order to move this along, and in light of the fact that I think our issues have been covered, I have no additional questions for Mr. Terry.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Terry, I just have a few. Were you listening to Mr. Kump's testimony yesterday about special purpose entities?
Special purpose, and I heard part of it, yes, sir.
Okay, well, he testified that 2 special purpose entities were being created to have the goodwill from this transaction be transferred to those special purpose entities. Did you hear that part?
I did.
Okay. Do you know why?
I don't.
I'm sorry,
Mr.
Judge, you
Hearing
broke
Examiner,
up.
could you please-
Do you know why what?
Yeah, could you please restate your question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. There was no.
Yeah, okay. My question is, does he know why those special purpose entities are being created to receive the goodwill from the proposed transactions?
And sir, I don't know how the accounting or that structure works.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you. Is there
Thank
any?
you. No, Your Honor, no redirect. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Terry, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Okay. Idris?
Yes, we're sending for Mr. Darnell. He should be here presently.
Mr. Schnauer, while we're waiting, I didn't ask to put in NE Exhibit 10, revised 10, I'm sorry. So I wanted to at least ask that those questions that I asked about, which is 10, 2, and 6.
I'm sorry, is that 3 exhibits or 2?
No, it's 1 exhibit and it's 10-2 and 10-6 be admitted.
Is there any objection?
Let me just check. So I'm clear. We're talking about interrogatory 10-2, 10-6 only. Is that correct?
Correct.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. And the exhibit R-NEE Exhibit 10 admitted with respect to the answers to discovery requests 10-2 and 10-6. Okay. We're waiting.
Darnell, he's just joined us, so.
Mr. Darnell, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Darnell, can you please state your name and employment for the record?
Yes, my name is Ronald N. Darnell, and I'm employed as the Senior Vice President of Public Policy for PNM.
Mr. Darnell, did you prepare or have prepared at your direction pre-filed testimony in this case?
Yes.
And can you confirm that what we've marked as Joint Applicant Exhibit 25 is your November 23, 2020 direct testimony?
Yes.
And sir, do you have any changes or corrections to make to that testimony?
No.
And so if you were posed the same questions today, would your answers be the same as set forth in the testimony?
Yes.
And are your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Honor, we move admission of Joint Applicant Exhibit 25.
Any objection? Joint Applicant 25 is admitted.
Moving next to Joint Applicant 26, Mr. Darnell, can you confirm that that is your February 26, 2021 supplemental testimony?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to make to that testimony?
No.
So if you were asked the questions that appear in that testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Honor, we move the admission of Joint Applicant Exhibit 26.
Any objections? Joint Applicants Exhibit 26 is admitted.
And moving to Joint Applicant Exhibit 27, can you confirm that that is your April 2021 rebuttal testimony? And do you have any changes or corrections to make to that testimony?
No.
You were asked the questions that appear therein. Would your answers be the same today? Are your answers true and correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Alvidrez, I am not hearing responses from the witness.
Mr. Lee, do I need to start?
The last one you said was if you were asked the questions that appear therein, and I didn't get that answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
And is the information contained in Exhibit JA 27 true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of Joint Applicant Exhibit 27.
Any objections? Hearing none, Joint Applicant Exhibit 27 is admitted.
Moving to Joint Applicant Exhibit 28. Can you confirm, Mr. Darnell, that that's your June 18, 2021 direct testimony in support of Second Amendment stipulation filed in this matter?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to make to that testimony?
No.
And if you were asked the questions that appear in that testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
We move the admission of Joint Applicant Exhibit 28.
Any objection? Hearing none, Joint Applicant Exhibit 28 is admitted.
Turning to Joint Applicant Exhibit 29, can you confirm that that is your July 27, 2021 supplemental testimony?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to make to that testimony?
No.
And if you were asked the questions that appear in that testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Your Honor, we move the admission of Joint Applicant Exhibit 29.
Any objection? Hearing none, joint applicant Exhibit 29 is admitted.
Finally, sir, referencing what we've marked as Joint Applicant Exhibit 30, can you confirm that is your July 29, 2021 rebuttal testimony filed in this case?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to make to that testimony?
No.
And if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is the information contained in Joint Applicant Exhibit 30 true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
We move admission of Joint Applicant Exhibit 30.
Any objections? Joint applicant Exhibit 30 is admitted.
That, Your Honor, we would pass Mr. Darnell for cross.
Okay, the Water Authority is up with 30 minutes.
Mr. Examiner, Nan Winter for the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority. We have no questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Albright, I believe you have 55 minutes.
Yes, sir, I believe that's correct.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Darnell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Albright.
Again, Jeff Albright from J. Albright Law LLC, and I'm counsel on behalf of Bernalillo County in this proceeding. So I do have a few questions. I'd like to start with your, I believe, Exhibit 26, which was your supplemental testimony of February 26, 2021.
Oh, I have the test. I'm sorry. Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, and I'd like to, and this also relates to, let me get the right exhibit number. And my page numbers, again, may be a little bit off just because I'm referring to a hard copy since I had some internet issues the other day, and they may be a little bit different from what's in the Dropbox as far as page number, but if you have the document there, I think we can make do. So I'm going to have a question. If you'll turn to page 3 of that document.
Yes, sir.
And it goes to some of the questions that were being asked before about arrearages. And I believe you also, don't know if you have the capability of looking at 2 documents at once there, but also on Exhibit 30 of the Joint Applicant Exhibit 30, and that is your July 29, 2021 rebuttal testimony. I think you updated some of that information, so I'd like to kind of refer to both of those.
Okay.
Excuse me, but could you tell me what the first document was? I got the second was the 29.
Yes, first document is the February 26 supplemental testimony.
Thank you.
And that was, I believe, labeled as exhibit number 26, Joint Applicant Exhibit 26. And I'm looking at the arrearages that are listed there. And then I'm comparing, I'm also looking at Joint Applicants Exhibit number 30, which is the July, let me make sure I get this right, July 29 rebuttal testimony, I believe. Is that correct? I think I have the exhibit numbers correct.
I believe you do.
Okay. And so with regard to the arrearages, I just to provide some clarity, that those are arrearages total, but not necessarily related only to the COVID. I mean, you normally, is that a correct statement?
I think that's correct. I think they're in large part related to COVID, however.
And is it fair to say, and fair to PNM to say, that in the normal course of events, PNM has arrearages, whether or not there's been a COVID, you would have some arrearages taking place, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is the relief that's being provided as part of the stipulation geared toward addressing those that have COVID arrearages or arrearages due to COVID, or just arrearages in general?
I don't believe we've made a distinction or tried to make a distinction between what's COVID, specific to COVID, and what's not COVID in these numbers. That would be rather difficult, I think.
And can you speak up just a little bit? I'll increase some things here at this end, and maybe it's my problem here.
No, it is a weak link.
Okay, so in looking at your rebuttal, in your rebuttal testimony, it would appear of July 29. In looking at that, it looks to me that total on page 8 of arrearages, latest estimate PNM's total residential customer arrearages, and I'm at lines 18 through 20, is 21,413,518 through June 2021, as reported in PNM's June 2021 delinquency report in case number 20-00069-UT. Is that a correct?
I'm sorry, I cannot find where you're at. We're in my July 29th rebuttal testimony.
No, I think so, unless I have it marked incorrectly here. I'm sorry, take a look at your July 21 rebuttal testimony.
July 29th rebuttal?
No, July 21. At page 8.
If I have.
Mr. Albright, it's July 29th on page 8.
I'm sorry?
It's July 29th on page 8.
It is July 29th? Okay.
Yes, page 8.
And I believe it was at lines 18 through 20, roughly, 15 through 20.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're on the same page now.
Okay, my apologies for that confusion. So again, these represent total arrearages though, and as you just mentioned, hasn't been worked out yet as to the $6 million in residential relate, plus perhaps the additional $2 million PNM Resources Inc. has committed. Exactly how that's going to be determined as to who gets what, correct?
We certainly are, our customer service area has a notion of how they would do that. It would be broken out by, the forgiveness would have to be somehow tiered, right? Because the arrearages per customer are different amounts.
Right. Do you anticipate that would be done on some kind of a pro rata basis, or don't you know just yet? I mean,
no, I can't go into that level of detail at this point.
okay. And would it just be for residential customers, or would it also include small business? There was some confusing testimony throughout different people's testimony as to whether or not that would go to residential only, or whether it would be residential and small business, or other folks who might be in arrearages.
My understanding is it's residential.
And would you turn to your rebuttal testimony of April 21? I believe that's exhibit 27.
I have it in front of me.
Okay. And I'd like to ask some questions about the customer rate credit rate freeze. You see that begins at lines 21 and 22.
Of which page?
I'm sorry, page 4.
Yes.
And you talk about a rate freeze elsewhere as well. You've tentatively agreed that you would be willing, the PNM would be willing to have a rate freeze until June of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would, and that in asking for a rate freeze at that time, would you likely ask for a future test year, or would you ask for an actual year from this year going forward to June?
We would likely seek a future test year.
Okay. In looking at a future test year, is it imperative to limit the rate freeze to June of 2022 in order to recover the cost of the San Juan closure? In other words, if you pushed out the rate freeze to, say, August or September, the closure of San Juan is scheduled to happen in June of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you recently had a cooling tower failure at the San Juan plant, correct?
Correct.
And you're in the process of replacing that tower so it can become operable again, correct?
We're in the process, or probably complete at this point, of renting cooling towers to bring the plant online as quickly as possible.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, sir, if you could keep your voice up. I'm just having a difficult time hearing you. You said renting towers?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
so by renting towers, that's a cost of operation that would be passed on to consumers, correct?
Correct.
Barring any other findings by the commission. But it would also mean that those would not be stranded costs as far as the rental towers go at the time of the closure in June of 2022, correct?
I actually don't know exactly how those costs will be accounted for.
Okay, all right, that's fair enough. If your rate freeze went past June, if it went into July or August, and you've already closed San Juan, the San Juan, using a future test year, San Juan expenses would not be able to be passed on to the consumer unless you got some kind of declaration of a regulatory asset, correct?
So let's step back and maybe clarify just a little bit. The commitment is we wouldn't file right? You wouldn't file before June of 2022.
That's correct. If you did not file before June of 2022.
And rates will be, rates will go into effect subsequent to June of 22, 13 months later.
Correct. Normally 9 to 12 months or something like that when rates would go into effect.
Correct.
But using the future test year would be based upon June going forward for a year, correct? If you
I'm not
filed
sure
in June.
I'm not sure the exact future test year that we would use.
Okay.
We would use the future test year, I'm fairly certain.
And using future test year, unless you got approval with regard to a regulatory asset for the closure of Palo Verde, those costs would not be part of that rate case either, correct? Unless you got it declared as a regulatory asset, is that correct?
Whatever costs that would be included in a future test year for Palo Verde would be reflective of the normal rate making treatment in that test year.
For an existing test year, correct? You couldn't pass that on to a future test year, correct?
I guess I don't understand your question.
Okay, I'll move on. Also on page 4, and again, I'm still on the same rebuttal testimony. You talk about affiliate transactions there. And there's been part of the agreement, part of the stipulation that PNM would have an independent evaluator if affiliates are involved, correct?
Yes.
And there was some discussion as to whether or not PNM would propose, well, I'll just ask a question. Would PNM select the evaluator, or would it be from a list of evaluators that you would submit to staff PRC?
I believe it was the latter, and I believe it's to the commission.
Okay, so you would propose 2 or 3 or whatever the number is to the commission for the commission to use. And if it involved a PNM affiliate or an Avangrid affiliate, then PNM would pay for the independent evaluator, correct?
Correct.
In instances where a PNM affiliate would not be involved, what would be the process for an independent evaluator?
The commission would choose from the same list, I would assume, but the payment would not be paid for by PNM.
Okay. Do you think whether or not there's a PNM affiliate or an Avangrid affiliate involved in the process, do you think having PNM choose or provide a list of independent evaluators might have a chilling effect on non-affiliated parties from actually bidding on projects?
I don't believe so.
Do you have any experience one way or the other with other transactions that have been or purchase power agreements that have been put out for RFPs?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. I'll rephrase it a little bit. It wasn't really that clear. In the event that you have a project and an Avangrid or PNM affiliate does not bid on the project, do you think that's a result of PNM being involved in the process that would cause some people not to bid because they think that PNM affiliates or Avangrid affiliates have an inside track?
I can't speak to what others would think one way or another.
Do you have any past experience which indicates that in other RFPs?
I
That that's
do
been
not.
the case?
No.
Okay. With regard to the rate freeze, and the rate relief that's being provided, with the closure of San Juan and with the other costs incurred, is it likely that the rate increase will simply override any rate credit that appears on an individual's bill?
I can't answer that. We've not run the numbers on the test period that hasn't even been selected.
But isn't it true that the projected capital expenditures are in the billions of dollars over the next 5 years?
What the issue is what capital expenditures actually find their way into a revenue requirement on a particular test year. The test year for sure will remove the investment in San Juan, per the fact that it's being retired. Test year will have those dollars removed.
Well, did you recently make a presentation to the commission with regard to the San Juan power plant cooling tower collapse?
Yes, in an open meeting.
Okay. And did that presentation include the fact that a lot of the energy needed to be bought on the open market in order to ensure reliability and continued service during the power cooling tower collapse?
There wasn't a great deal of discussion of that. I think what was said is we were able to ride through with running some of our other resources more and some purchases in the market.
And those purchases are going to be reflected on the fuel clause, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But during the same presentation, didn't you indicate that overall, with regard to system generation, that your reserve margin was in the 5 to 6% range for next year, and that there was a likelihood of potential brownouts?
I think we're confusing presentations. We made two presentations, or I made two presentations. The one you're referring to was made with Mark Fenton and Tom Falgren a week or two after the cooling tower. So what's your question?
And in that presentation, didn't you make the representation that if you had a significant that your reserve margin with regard to generation was likely to be in the 5 to 6% range, and that there was a distinct possibility that you might encounter some brownouts next summer?
I never said that. What I said was that based on the fact that two of the developers had provided notice that they would not meet their in-service dates, and so that their capacity and energy would not be available for the 2022 summer peak, that we were looking at going into that time period with a 5% reserve margin, and that we would have to find a solution. We would work with the staff to find that solution, that we would report back to the commission on that solution.
And so with that solution, what are some of the options with regard to that potential solution?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, it's unclear to me how this is relevant with respect to this testimony. We seem to be getting a little far afield in terms of what he's testified to, and I think, or what are the issues in the case, on relevance grounds.
Mr. Albright?
Well, I think it goes to the issue of a rate freeze and why they can't extend the rate freeze past June of 2022. If they need the capital improvements, capital investments, then there should be no reason why there can't be additional relief given all of the arrearages and given everything else as to why that rate freeze can't be extended longer. And I'm trying to get to the basis as to why the 6-month rate freeze is a limitation.
I don't think he's asked that question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Alvidrez.
I don't think he's asked that question. He's asking about cooling tower collapse and other delays in replacement resources. Doesn't ask why can't you go further or longer on a rate freeze.
Okay, I'm overruling the objection, but Mr. Albright, try and bring it back to the issue of your rate freeze, as you say.
Yes, sir. So my question is, do you anticipate having to make large capital investments beginning in June 2022 in order to increase your reserve margin and not be able to extend the rate freeze past June?
First, the rate freeze and the challenges of June 2022 are not related. Our stated goal, we said this in the presentation, is to find short-term temporary solutions to the 2022 challenge and continue to work with the developers that were selected for the San Juan replacement plan to bring that portfolio online as those developers are able to solve their problems, which are largely, from what I understand, supply chain related. I'm not trying to circumvent the portfolio that was approved, in other words.
Well, Mr. Darnell, I'm just trying to figure out, do you know from your 10K that PNM's net profit in 2020, net profit was $172.78 million?
Subject to check,
Okay.
Subject to check, I'm sure that's correct, if that's what you're reading.
And are you aware that for your most recent quarter, from March to June, you had a net profit of $53.71 million just for the quarter?
I'll accept that.
Okay, and so given that, and given your projections, why is a rate freeze of June 2022 not a viable option? Of extending it past June 2022, why is it not a viable option?
We haven't had a rate change or a rate case implemented since 18 and 19, I believe, based on a 18 future test year. A number of years in between a rate increase going into effect and what we're talking about here, which is a rate change that would, even you agreed to this, would happen sometime in 2023. The numbers that you know, that you're quoting numbers, you're quoting profit numbers. I have no idea what that equates to in terms of earned return. And that's what, to start with, that's what a rate case is, and a rate case need is predicated on.
Well, besides, and you're getting to the point I was trying to drive at, is the rate case needed in June of 2022 because of the need for increased capital expenditures?
I can't definitively answer that question because I haven't seen what the drivers of a test year that we would use in filing on June 2022 would be speculation on my part.
Okay, I'll move on. Thank you. With regard to the Four Corners power plant, is it true the PNM paid $75 million for the, I believe it's the NETC to take over the operation of that plant?
I think more accurately, there's a $75 million payment agreed to buy out the coal contract. That, you should note, was made with shareholder money.
And if that takes place as scheduled, the Four Corner Power Plant continues to operate, correct? With the withdrawal of PNM, the coal plant continues to operate, correct?
That is correct.
And there's a securitization issue of about $300 million that is subject to potential payment by ratepayers under the ETA, correct?
That is correct, in a docket separate from this docket.
And on page 10 of your rebuttal testimony, with regard to that agreement, say that PNM lines 4 through 8.
I'm sorry, you broke up. You say that PNM?
Yes, that I'm going to read from lines 4 through 8. This talks about the merger agreement. A condition to closing on the merger agreement is that 1, PNM must have in hand an executed agreement for the sale of its interest in FCPP to a third party effective no later than December 31, 2024. And 2, PNM must have filed an application with the commission for the abandonment of FCPP by the time of closing of the merger transaction. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Do you, at this point, do you have an executed agreement for the sale of interest in FCPP?
We do.
And that's the agreement with NETC, correct?
That is correct.
Is it NTEC?
Yes, NETC.
No, I'm sorry, it's N like in Nancy, T like in Tom, E like in energy, and C like in consolidation.
I always get it backwards. Thank you, Mr. Darnell. Would you turn to page 23 of your rebuttal testimony, please?
Yes, sir.
From line 6 through line 11, the question is asked, what do you address in this section of your testimony? And this relates to the rate credit rate freeze. And it's with regard to the allocation on a per customer basis rather than based on customer usage. Would you explain why? Is that, well, first of all, is that still the position of PNM?
Yes, it is.
And why do you believe it should be on a per customer rather than usage?
I don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay. I'm sorry, you're responding to that. And why do you take that position?
What position?
The position that it should be based on customer usage.
I think, number one, really because of fairness. I mean, generally speaking, rate design is, driven by cost causation. That doesn't really apply here. This is a credit that's being given. And I think I definitely understand the amount of credit going back to certain classes can definitely change by whatever allocation method is agreed to. But in this case, I think it's fair that the larger high load factor customers, who consume more energy, get a share of this credit predicated on their usage. Our rate structure, the way it stands today, and this is fact, we show it in practically every rate case we file, is fairly heavily subsidized by commercial and industrial customers to residential. And it just seems like, in fairness, to allocate this particular credit on any other basis than usage doesn't seem really fair. I also, my understanding is that this is the allocation methodology that has been used and approved in New Mexico and other mergers.
In looking at the numbers or applying it based upon customer usage, and with all of the amendments and adjustments that have been made to the total amount of rate credit, have you done any analysis yet to see what the impact would be on the, say, the residential and small business class? In other words, how much of that would go toward larger users and how much would still be remaining for the residential 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B small business class?
No.
As far as the rate credit goes?
There's not an analysis that I'm aware of any other class impact other than residential.
Okay.
That is found, and give me a second. It's shown my July 29th, 2021 testimony, exhibit JA exhibit R and D1 and line 20.
And I may have that here, but can you tell us what that is? How much that is?
$1.64 per month.
$1.64 per month?
Yes, based on average residential usage of 600 kilowatt hours.
And that's spread over 3 years, correct?
That's the monthly impact for each of the 36 months.
Okay. Thank you for that. Would you turn to page 30 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the question actually begins on the previous page with respect to joining a regional transmission organization, an RTO. And I want to ask some questions about the RTO because I've gotten different messages from Mr. Blasquez and other folks. Is it your understanding that this would be PNM joining an RTO and not creating PNM as an RTO or Avangrid as an RTO?
Well, to start with, I think we can agree that there is no RTO in the West.
Agreed.
And the agreement here is that PNM would participate, sort of an analysis, whether it's, in the best interest of our customers to join an RTO, which doesn't exist right now.
Right.
Probably the reason the commitment is 30.
What role would you see PNM having in an RTO?
I don't really know how to answer that. What do you mean by what role?
Well, would it be with regard to, for example, generation, or would the emphasis be on transmission, or both? Or would it be, we have statements that it would be independent of the Western EIM, for example, buying and selling on the spot market. What role would you see PNM having in an RTO? Let me ask them one at a time. Would it be in generation of electricity to put into the RTO?
I don't know. The commitment is to study, look at the possibility of joining an RTO. The role of PNM and the activities of PNM within that RTO, I can't define at this point. You can certainly talk to Mr. Fridley about what is typical for utilities and their involvement with RTOs.
Mr. Blasquez, when he referred this question to you folks, seemed to indicate that it would include markets in Arizona, California, and perhaps even Mexico. Do you see that as part of the rule in the RTO, or is that just PNM generation that would provide electricity to those markets?
Well, maybe we should just sort of level set here. There have been attempts to stand up RTOs for 20 years in the West. And it's extremely difficult for a number of reasons relating to geography, the number of balancing authorities, public lands. So to speculate on the size of the RTO, the potential number of RTOs in the West, I can't do that. What I can say is there is a commitment to, once again, look at whether or not it makes sense to stand up an RTO, and if it would make sense for PNM, to join an RTO for the benefit of its customers.
And no relationship between the RTO and the participation by PNM in the Western energy imbalance market, correct?
Those are distinctions that, I'm not really qualified to answer. The EIM is not an RTO.
Correct.
I think it's far from an RTO. But again, we have an in-house expert on RTOs. His name is Mr. Fridley.
Okay.
And I would invite you to ask him these questions.
All right, thank you. There were some proposals. Please turn to page 37, please.
Okay,
All right, and there's a statement there beginning at line 1 that IBEW generally recommends PNM be required to address, quote, decreasing, unquote, reliability, and more specifically recommends that PNM increase the number of specialized craft personnel. Do you see that?
yes,
And I've read that correctly, correct?
you have.
Okay, both the county and staff have proposed some metrics with regard to reliability and standards and potential penalties. And certainly the county would defer to staff's recommendation. Has PNM had further discussions with staff regarding the reliability metrics and penalties?
Going to object is calling for closure of settlement discussions.
We'll just go to the as far as whether there have been any. So overruled to that.
Yes, there were, I believe there were 2 discussions.
And Ms. Reno has included it in her testimony, correct? A proposal.
I'm not familiar with what Ms. Reno proposed.
Fair enough. And what about Mr. Evans, the staff witness? Has he had some metrics proposed in his testimony?
Yes, he proposed reliability metrics.
You have 9 minutes, Mr. Albright.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Would you turn to page 42, again, of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, sir, I have it.
Okay, and again, this talks about the standards of reliability and standardized penalties. If you look at lines 20 through 22, and leading on to page 43, lines 1 through 4, about the appropriateness of the amount, frequency, or basis for the recommended penalties. Is that still PNM's position?
Yes, it is.
Would you turn to your June 18, 2021 testimony? I believe that's direct testimony in support of second amended stipulation.
I have that.
Okay. And turn to page 2, please. On lines 13 through 19, there's a statement about PNM's quality of service or local management. Do you see that?
Need a second, please, to read it. Yes, sir.
Okay. And on line 15, you state, to the contrary, Avangrid's strong balance sheet and industry knowledge will support PNM's transformation and modernization of its electric grid. When you refer to, have I stated that correctly?
That's what the testimony says.
Okay. what do you mean by industry knowledge, given the fact that PNM really is the first vertically integrated company that they're acquiring, that Avangrid's acquiring?
I think what we're largely addressing there is the distribution grid, and they have 7 or 8 utilities, grid utilities.
When you say distribution grid, though, you're speaking about service within New Mexico, correct?
I'm talking about PNM. I'm applying grid transformation to the PNM grid.
And that's expertise that PNM doesn't have?
I never said that.
Okay. I'm just trying to get the distinction between what industry knowledge Avangrid has in this merger that PNM doesn't have.
I think it's would be incredibly both naive and probably somewhat conceited on our part to say that there's nothing that we have to learn, especially in the transformation of the grid. So to the extent that their other subsidiary companies are dealing with some of the same issues we are, how to deal with power flows going both ways, charging, cost allocation issues. I mean, there's a host of issues that we can certainly share in terms of understanding best practices. That's the intent of that sentence.
Okay. I'd like you to turn to page 10, please, of that testimony. And this discusses the electrification for all contribution of $2 million. Do you see that?
I do.
Regulatory commitment number 11. So in committing this money, you list a lot of areas with regard to customers that have no electricity, particularly in remote areas. And I think you list quite a few there from lines 7 through lines 12 in particular. In fact, I think there's 18.
Sir, I didn't say they didn't have electricity. I think you said I listed areas with no electricity.
Okay. To improve the access to low income with regard to electricity, particularly in remote areas. Okay, and we certainly have no argument with those, but a question I have, it turns out that it looks like it's about $105,000 per the communities that are listed there, or the entities that are listed there. At the same time, it seems to ignore a lot of the low income people in metropolitan areas such as City of Albuquerque, Greater Bernalillo County, Santa Fe County, and other areas. Who is going to make the determination as to how that money gets distributed so it maximizes its potential?
I would start with our operations people, Todd Fridley and his group, to understand where the most glaring needs, the best use of those dollars are. He and his ops team have got on the ground knowledge. That would be the place to start.
Well, and you listed on page 11 that it would be coordination with the Attorney General and with staff, including the Consumer Relations Bureau. But why not other public entities like the city or like the Bernalillo County or County of Santa Fe and other areas who also have low-income people with energy needs?
I can't comment on that. This is the language that is contained in this agreement.
Mr. Schonauer, how much more time do I have?
2 minutes.
I'm sorry?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. Well, Mr. Darnell, I think we're going to give a minute and a half back to the hearing examiner at this point. So I want to thank you very much for answering the questions, and I have no further questions, Mr. Schonauer, for Mr. Darnell. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Hey.
Mr. Albright.
Thank you. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 3 o'clock, and then we'll start Mr. Gould. So we're recessed till 3 o'clock.
I am on page 198 and Mom is on page 193.
David, you're unmuted.
Sorry.
Sounds like you have some allergies, Peter.
I think, yeah, with all this rain, I'm just like, I have to mute myself so people don't hear me blowing my nose.
Okay.
I thought he was allergic to my cross-examination there, but I wasn't sure.
I thought you were just kind of like the bull stamping and snorting and getting ready to to charge at Ron.
I am the most mild of the of cross-examiners. I'm a nice guy. That's my daughter tells me that. Of course, she doesn't have a serious look on her face when she's saying that to me, but
You doing okay, Peter?
I'm good. Yeah.
Is she doing okay too?
It's been a long week, I tell you, and I haven't been sleeping. I've been meeting the parties in my dreams and not in pleasant manners.
Yeah, that phone ringing that went on during my cross that I couldn't do anything about was my wife calling, telling me that she had a little fender bender. So.
Oh my gosh!
But she's okay. Yeah,
Okay.
It's a good thing she's married to a lawyer, then, isn't it?
Did she hand out cards to everybody? Hey, call my husband.
Yeah, he's going to do a little PI case on the side.
We have a mutual agreement that we only get one call, and she better hadn't called me, and I better hadn't called her because we've wasted a call. But no, she's okay. She's okay. It was with my father-in-law's parked car, so even worse.
Oh, keeping it in the family.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hey everybody. This is Kevin.
Hi.
Hi. Kevin, are you here in Albuquerque right now, or what? Where are you?
I'm in Santa Fe, and I was just jumping in. Remember, we're live on YouTube right now.
Okay. Well, we are.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. We should probably keep it business-like.
Okay.
Well, we want to protect our reputation a little bit.
Hey.
Oh.
Once you practice with these people for a while, you realize that there's not much
Water
to
over the
protect.
bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if my answer got across there to your question. I ran into the same thing that I ran into earlier. Is I just went and checked the YouTube, and then all of a sudden voices are just coming from everywhere. And which is what happened at the end of the morning. My Zoom got dropped, so I put on the YouTube. And then when I finally got admitted back into the Zoom and I was being asked questions, it was just this. But so I am in Santa Fe. And I've slowly been getting settled, and yeah, that's it.
Well, at the risk of appearing unprofessional, let's get together for lunch after we get through this hearing.
Sounds wonderful.
Yeah, cool. Before they close everything down again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've read a couple articles. It's getting after New Mexico as well.
Yeah.
On a semi-professional basis or quote, could somebody also check the Dropbox on Commission Exhibit 1, which was one of the things. It looks to us like there's only page 1 there. We had Commission Exhibit 1, 2, and 3 as Bernalillo County Exhibit 4, and we have the entire documents in there, but it looks like on the Commission Exhibit 1, only page 1 shows up. I don't know if that's a problem with us or a problem for everybody.
Was that regarding Commission Exhibit 1?
That's correct.
Yeah, I know Sydney in our office, who's been helping with our documents, was struggling with that document. So I don't know.
I
the
do have
details.
all of Commission 1, 2, and 3 in their entirety separately saved and sequestered in Bernalillo County Exhibit 4, but I can email Commission Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 to anybody if they want the whole thing.
I'm gonna call her and ask her.
Mr. Marks,
Sir,
does Juneau have a decent IPA?
it does. It has a decent IPA right now, and tomorrow we are brewing a session IPA.
If I didn't have transcript to do, you'd see me there.
Okay. Well, it'll be ready to drink in about 2 weeks, the session.
All right, well, I'll be in Albuquerque before then.
Okay, and then my other IPA is great. It's I think we just call it an Albuquerque IPA, kind of citrusy.
You sell growlers?
We sell 32-ounce cans.
All right.
They call crowlers. It's not as, I think it's not quite as environmentally sustainable. I mean, the cans can be recycled, but I can tell you that it's a PITA to fill those narrow-necked growlers. It's a lot easier to fill the cans.
Right.
You know, if we get busy, it just slows the bar down.
Well, I'm gonna throw some business your way, I promise.
Excellent. You know, I was going to remark, it looks like Mr. Getko is in a bar too. I can see the bottles behind him. And as long as they're not in front of him, he's okay, I think.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's about 3 o'clock. As soon as the witness gets back, okay, there he is. Are you ready, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Gould, go ahead. You have 30 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Schanauer, as a preliminary matter, I wonder, I've got 45 minutes reserved for Todd Fridley. I wonder if I could shift 30 minutes of that to this witness for a total of 60 minutes. And if I finish early, I'll just waive those minutes. And I see Ron smiling. He's going, oh boy, can't wait.
It is 3 o'clock, Peter, on a Friday. You guys were just talking about Jason's bar and getting some beer, so come on, man.
I will, hey, just say yes to every question that I ask you and we'll get done quickly.
Okay.
Okay, so you want 30 additional for Mr. Darnell and you're going down to 15 for Fridley?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Darnell. I realize it's been a long week, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. I would like to state at the outset, if you would have in front of you for my questions, joint applicants exhibit number 2, which is the June 4th second amended stipulation.
Okay, I have that.
And using the Dropbox numbering, I'm going to be focusing on pages 33 and 34 of 45. And those are basically paragraph 43, the Carbon Reduction Task Force. Do you have that in front of you?
I do, Mr. Gould.
Okay, and I just, as a context for my questions, I do want to state, again, for the record, as I stated with Mr. Terry, that NM area is in support of this transaction with PNM's and Avangrid's agreement to the settlement language that we've worked out over the last month and a half. And we do appreciate that language because we think it does increase the customer protection aspect of the stipulation. And I also want to state that my client is very much in favor of rapid decarbonization of PNM's resources, with the caveat that it is done in a way that preserves reliability and affordability and is consistent with the commission's rules. So those are the context of my questions on this paragraph 43, Mr. Darnell. Is that okay for your understanding of where we're going with this?
Sure, you bet, and I appreciate that.
Okay, and we've stated this in Mr. Gorman's testimony in opposition. Our concern with paragraph 43 is that it appears to establish a planning process that is outside of and inconsistent with the commission's current resource planning process, which is set forth in Rule 17.7.3. And I'd like you to address that. Number one, you're aware of Rule 17.7.3, aren't you?
Generally, yes.
Yeah. That rule is called the IRP rule for electric utilities. And it basically states that the planning process for electric utilities, the resource planning process, is under the jurisdiction, the exclusive jurisdiction of the commission. Would that be a fair statement as far as you understand that rule?
Yes, sir.
This seems, this particular paragraph seems to be shifting that jurisdiction to other state agencies, including the New Mexico Environment Department, the Energies, Minerals and Natural Resources Department, and the New Mexico Attorney General's Office, in addition to the NRPC. Can you address that? Is that the intention of this paragraph?
No, I don't believe so at all. I think the intention really of this paragraph is stated maybe more precisely down towards the end of the paragraph, where it talks about working with stakeholders to craft or to achieve reasonable and consistent progress to meet the emissions goals of the ETA.
Isn't that the current, I mean, how is that inconsistent with what you're currently doing in your IRP planning and your IRP filings?
I wouldn't say it's inconsistent. I mean, I see this as supplementing that effort. There's language in here, I believe, of looking for assistance, in terms of applying for grants, for example.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you. That looks for assistance applying for funds that may be available to help with the state admission.
Okay, that aside, that seems to be a kind of a side purpose of this. This is Carbon Reduction Task Force is a planning body, is it not?
I don't know if I'd call it a planning body. The commitment is to produce a plan in 6 months, update that plan. I believe it's every 6 months. It's not the intention, though, to supplant the IRP process. I guess I would argue, again, it's to supplement the IRP process.
Well, then why doesn't this paragraph state specifically that the efforts of this task force, however it's defined, are specifically subject to the commission's planning process rule, and that are also incorporated within your planning department. Why establish a different schedule, a different set of rules when you already have a planning process that I think you would agree is already pretty comprehensive?
I don't have a great answer for that. It is comprehensive. It's not, the plans aren't binding. It's right now the plans are subject, or right now the rule is undergoing rulemaking.
Yeah, and exactly, you're going exactly in the direction that I wanted to take your answer. So thank you for that, because right now we have in front of the commission a very specific and very detailed integrated resource plan in commission case 21-00033. And you're aware of that case. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, at a high level, I'm not.
Right. And I'm not going to get into the details, but that's a comprehensive plan. I mean, the filing itself was over 400 to 500 pages long with lots of appendices. So very, very comprehensive study of what PNM should do in the future in terms of resource portfolios, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, the commission just docketed a case called case number 21-00128 UT, in which it's proposing, and I'll use the word, I think, significant changes to the current IRP rule. Are you aware of that case?
Yes, I am.
So it just seems counterproductive, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it seems counterproductive to start a process that's supposed to start in 30 days after closing this transaction. So if the transaction closes December 31st, by the end of January, you got a whole different planning process going that has 6-month deadlines. That's totally outside of the process, the ongoing process. And I guess I don't see what the need is. Why can't PNM and the stakeholders address accelerating the decarbonization timeline within the existing IRP rule and the existing IRP case?
I guess my response to that is certainly whatever comes out of this commitment, whatever plans are produced, are all subject to PRC approval, and they would certainly be consistent with the IRP.
So the intention is not to do something that, not to set up a different process, but maybe an auxiliary process.
The intention is not to go rogue.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying going rogue. It just seems like it doesn't seem to add much to what the IRP rule could, or in the IRP process could provide all of the stakeholders. And that's just I'll leave it with that. But I just want to ask one more line of questioning. In the IRP rule, there's a specific section that addresses the public advisory process. Are you generally aware how that public advisory process works?
At a really high level, I'm aware that there is a public advisory process.
But is it your understanding that in the public advisory process, any stakeholder, somebody that hears about the IRP process in the newspaper, somebody that hears about it on the radio or from a friend, anybody can attend that process and participate? Is that a fair statement?
I think that is correct.
This paragraph 43 seems to set up a process that limits that broad type of participation. Am I wrong about that? Is there intent there to limit it to a certain number of folks, or is this going to be the same kind of broad public participation process?
I don't think this is intended to limit the public process that you just described that is a part of the IRP. This is just, it's a commitment to work alongside that process.
But there's no, in a commission process, there's a specific provision in the commission's rule that when the IRP process starts, a year before it starts, PNM is required to publish in the newspaper the existence of that process so that the public knows that it's going to happen and can prepare to participate. Would you agree with that characterization of the IRP rule?
I would agree with that, and I would just restate that that will continue.
Is the same kind of public notice going to be published for this task force if it's approved?
I actually don't know.
Okay. You are currently the Senior Vice President for Public Policy for PNM.
Yes, I am.
Do you anticipate you're going to remain in that role if the merger is approved?
I do.
Okay. Are your duties going to change? Have you been in any discussions about that? I don't want to tread on your private information, but I'm just, we've heard you're going to stay. So I think that's good news for us in terms of continuity and personal relations and such. And so I'm just trying to probe what will your role be in that post-merger PNM?
That it really hasn't been determined. I assume that it will certainly largely entail what I do today.
Okay. And currently you are on the PNM board. Is that correct?
I'm an executive officer, and I sit on the PNM through the PNM board meetings. I'm not a member of the board.
I don't mean the PNMR board, but the PNM, isn't there a separate PNM board?
Actually, correct. You're correct. You're correct. Yes, I am a PNM member.
And all of the people on that PNM board are officers or other employees, high-level employees of PNM. That's a fair statement, right?
Yes, it is.
So that board is not independent in the way that we've been talking in the last several days about an independent board. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
However, there is a board that sits above the PNM board, which is the PNMR board, which is PNM Resources. Is that fair? Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And a little research I did online, I found out that PNMR board has 8 members. Is that your understanding?
So, I mean, subject to doing an account, I've trust your math.
And the only and my understanding as well is the only person on that PNMR board that is an employee of PNM is your CEO, Patricia Vincent Colon. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
And every other member of that board is either involved in another business or is retired from another business, but is not an employee of PNM. In other words, every other 7 of those folks on that board are independent from PNM as that term has been used in this case. Is that a fair statement?
I definitely agree that outside of Pat Vincent-Colon, none of the other board members are employed by PNM or PNMR.
And this is just to be clear where my questions are going. My client has backed away from insisting that the post-merger PNM board be a majority independent. And we've made some concessions back and forth. I don't want to get into that, but I just want your thoughts, given the fact that there are a number of members of that PNMR board that are independent, that you would agree with me that there is a benefit to having independent board members. Would you agree with that general statement?
I really don't have an opinion. We established yesterday, I think, that whether the board members are independent or not, they have the same fiduciary responsibility. From my experience in interacting with the PNMR board, I would say the benefit of that particular board is the fact that there's a great amount of diversity. I'm talking about diversity in terms of work experience. We have some very strong ex-utility executives, very strong business people. I mean, that's the power in that particular board in terms of carrying out their fiduciary responsibility.
Yeah, and again, you've anticipated where I want to go with my questions. In other words, there's a value to having high-level advice from business people who are very experienced, but who are not beholden to the company that they're a director on. They're not waiting for a salary check. They can't be fired by the CEO, but they can take from their independent business experience and give this company independent advice and independent guidance on a whole host of issues. Is that a fair statement?
Well, there's value both ways.
Okay.
It is a complicated business. Having people with day-to-day operational understanding is valuable as well.
But in this case, the only person on that board that has that day-to-day experience is Patricia Vincent-Calan.
At PNM, but we have a former board member, or a board member is the former CEO of Southern Cal Edison, for example.
Right. And as far as you know, and I don't know if you're going to be involved in this procedure of selecting the new PNM board, but would that be the caliber of folks that you would expect to be nominated and accepted into the post-merger board?
We've made a commitment that the board is made up of all New Mexican residents. Certainly, there's not another company in New Mexico comparable really to Southern Cal Edison. That would be difficult to duplicate. But certainly we are going to, my understanding is that led by Don Terry, potentially myself, we will provide a number of potential candidates for board membership.
Okay. I would like to turn, if you would, to paragraph see if I can find the right place. And I thought I had it marked. There is a commitment in the second amended stipulation for stakeholders to develop a legislative proposal for the 2022 legislative session. And let me check my notes. And the problem of trying to do this is that. Where is that located? I can't see it.
In paragraph 43.
Okay.
Agreement 43.
What, I guess, why is that in? Yeah, well, let me ask this question first. Is the proposed legislation anywhere in the record in this case attached to anybody's testimony or proffered as one of PNM's exhibits?
Certainly not proffered as one of PNM's exhibits, and I'm fairly certain it's not. There's no model legislation that's on the record in this proceeding.
Why then is such a vague codicil in this stipulation? Why, I mean, we have no idea what the specifics of such legislation might be. Why is this part of the stipulation?
No, again, I think it gets to the desire to achieve reasonable and consistent progress in terms of decarbonization.
Right, but this is a proposal for a very specific type of legislative agenda. It's not a generic, we will, promise that the stakeholders or the joint applicants will support, carbon reduction legislation in the future. It's a very specific proposal in terms of a mechanism, even though the elements of it aren't clear. Why would that be something that the commission should include in its final order is what I guess really what I'm getting to.
It's certainly in the public interest to have a program that provides reasonable and consistent progress in terms of meeting the requirements of the ETA. The signatories reserve the right to take any position on the legislation. I guess that's essentially my answer. We don't really, at this point in time, have as a state, as a utility, really any means to say we're really on that path of reasonable and consistent progress.
Well, we do. We have. I mean, the ETA. Oh, excuse me, I've interrupted you. So, did you finish your answer?
I did.
Well, we do.
I didn't hear that last part.
He said he did finish his answer.
Thank you.
Well, I'd hate to disagree with you, but the ETA does exactly that, reasonable and consistent progress, because it basically sets forth very specific timelines, not only for RPS penetration, but for zero carbon. And further, as I understand it, PNM has been very public that they're accelerating the timelines for zero carbon by 5 years. So it seems to me that we have a model for reasonable and consistent progress. Isn't that fair to say?
I'm not. When you say we have a model, I guess that's what do you mean that we have a model? We have requirements.
Right.
We don't necessarily have a path or a plan to get there in a way that ensures reliability as well as consistent and progress.
Well, again, I hate to.
I'm sorry. Consistent what?
Progress. I'm sorry.
Well, I hate to disagree with you again. Isn't that exactly what you're doing in your IRP? If you look at the IRP filing in 21-00033, there is a plan for getting to a very specific plan, including very specific portfolios and very specific reliability metrics and, discussion of all sorts of alternatives. And so we do have a plan. It hasn't been approved by the commission, or it hasn't gone through the entire process, but isn't your PNM 2020 to 2040 just that, the plan for reaching those benchmarks?
This is a commitment to work with the stakeholders to see if there is just what it says, a market-based credit program, which I think is fair to say is different than anything contained in the IRP.
Who are the stakeholders that are supporting this? Because you just told me a few minutes ago that this doesn't bind anybody. if my client tomorrow morning signed on to this, is it assumed that they're supporting this particular legislative proposal?
No, it clearly says signatories reserve all positions on all such legislation.
Isn't there the potential that by including it in a stipulation that you would hope, I know the joint applicants would hope would be approved in some respect by the commission? Isn't there at least the appearance that the commission is taking, is supporting this specific legislative proposal?
I don't believe so. It's not even a defined proposal, other than it's a market credit-based system.
Why?
I don't know what
Yeah.
it would be.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
I was just saying, I don't think that there's a commitment to support such a concept.
Why
The point is
then?
what it is, concept.
Okay. Did you finish your answer? I think I stepped on you. Okay. Why then wouldn't a better way forward with this be a memorandum of understanding between the joint applicants and those stakeholders that support this specific approach? A private letter of understanding that you could file at the commission, rather than including it in a commission order when you specifically state that the commission is not committing itself to support this legislation.
I really can't answer that question. This is the language that the signatories have agreed to.
Okay. Do you have a copy of what we've marked for identification as the testimony in opposition of Michael P. Gorman? It's marked for identification as Enamaria Exhibit 4. It was filed in this docket on July 16th, 2021.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
And I asked these questions of Mr. Terry, so I'll be very quick about this, but would it be a fair statement, a fair summary of this testimony that Mr. Gorman is proposing language that my client and your company and Avangrid have agreed to add to the second amended stipulation in order to provide more benefits to the customers and more protections?
Sir, I can't say one way or the other. I was not involved in those discussions, and I would have to fall back on your cross of Mr. Terry.
Okay. Well, I would just like to go to one specific piece of language and see if you agree with it. Would you go with me to page 35 and 36 of Mr. Gorman's testimony?
Okay.
And at the bottom of that page, starting at line 13 and going to the next page to line 8, Mr. Gorman is proposing language that would be added to paragraph 36 of the second amended stipulation, which my client believes would enhance the reliability protections in that document. That's just, I'm not asking a question to say yay or nay, but that's the purpose of this testimony. And I want you to go to page 36 after you've had a chance to look at it, and look at line 4 through line 8, the paragraph that says workforce commitments. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm going to read that into the record and then just ask you a question. Workforce commitments. The joint applicants commit that they will ensure that there will be no material diminution in current levels of quality of customer service or system reliability for as long as Avangrid or an affiliated interest owns PNMR and PNM. Do you see that?
I do.
In your position as vice president of this company of PNM, do you agree that that's an appropriate commitment for your company to make post-merger?
Well, I certainly agree that it's not our intention to have any material diminution of quality of service. I guess I can't comment right now as to whether or not that's the appropriate thing to put into this agreement.
But you understand that there are other PNM witnesses and joint applicant witnesses that have agreed to that language. Is that your understanding?
Actually, it's not. I'm not.
Okay. Well, then I don't want you to misstate what your understanding is. You are aware that during the course of this proceeding, there have been a lot of, there's been a lot of information that's been put on the record about service quality issues with Avangrid's Northeast utilities. You're generally aware of that information.
Yes, I am.
And you're aware that the hearing examiner has addressed some of those issues, not where he's made a decision, but he's addressed some of those issues in his pre-hearing orders. Are you also aware of that?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And you're also aware that on the record in this case, and I believe it was introduced into evidence by New Energy Economy, there is a independent audit of the main power company, which is a subsidiary of Avangrid.
Yes, sir.
As I stated at the outset, my clients support this transaction, but when these revelations came to light, and when this information was filed, of course, we as counsel, myself and Ms. Gould, provided a full briefing to the client. And I have to say that there was consternation about some of those revelations. And the concern was, will the transfer of ownership to Avangrid result in similar problems here in New Mexico? So I want you to, as VP of this company, talk to me about your reaction to some of those issues and how you're going to move forward to make sure that that doesn't happen here in New Mexico if this merger is approved.
Okay, there's a little bit to unpack there. Number one, we and Avangrid have committed to local management, the retention of local management. And that includes, budgetary responsibilities, as Don Terry explained, from the bottom up. We are going to run this company and hit the reliability metrics that are expected of us. And that's not, we're not here to create a merger and then all of a sudden engage in practices that reduce reliability. So I don't necessarily agree that that's a threat. I think, as was explained by Avangrid and Mr. Zagra, it's a much different situation in Maine in terms of the challenges they face with storms, for one. We don't quite have that type of exposure. And secondly, I guess I would say that report is, you know, identified things that they needed to correct, and it also noted that they are on their way to correcting those things. So to the extent that there's fear that there's going to be some undue pressure put on PNM to somehow let quality of service deteriorate, I don't see that, and I don't believe for a minute that that's going to happen.
Well, in particular, the main report in the executive summary did list some factors where there seemed to be pressure from the parent corporation to either increase earnings by reducing expenses at the utility level, and then also some management practices related to employment that did have at least an indirect impact on the quality of service. Now, whether or not those have been corrected or not, but I guess that's my concern, that you've got a parent corporation that could exert pressure that could result in negative performance. So how do you think you as the VP of this company going forward are going to be able to resist that pressure if it comes, or ensure that if it does come, that it won't affect service?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, you know, PNM is still accountable, you know, to the rules and regulations of the New Mexico PRC. So I'm having a hard time understanding sort of the premise of your question. I recall there was a cross of Mr. Kumpf, and he talked about, you know, the fact that in terms of earnings, you know, the target is to earn your allowed return on equity. That's the same as exists today. And, you know, if, you know, you do everything you can to manage the company as effectively as possible, you don't make compromises on service quality. And if you need to file a rate case, you go in front of the commission and justify that ask. Those sort of principles and the way of doing business aren't going to change just because there's a merger.
Well, except that you're going to have a parent company that is investing in PNM, and they expect some type of return. And if they can enhance that return between rate cases by putting pressure on either the level of employees or the O&M budget, there might be an incentive to do that. I mean, the main report basically stated, it said the organization of Avangrid, including that of its network subsidiary responsible for U.S.
I'm sorry, including that of its network's subsidiary responsible for U.S. utility operations, has for too long remained too consumed by efforts to reach a steady state way to operate following the large expansion produced by the acquisition of UIL Holdings. The persistence of change, driven significantly by leadership's overemphasis on closing earnings gaps, has produced staffing instability, first bringing cuts in service affecting resources, followed more recently by substantial increases in those personnel, all in the context of organizational flux and rapid cycling of those holding senior management and executive positions. And I'm quoting from the executive summary, page 1, and I believe that this document has been admitted as a NEE Exhibit 24, if I'm not mistaken. But those are the kind of pressures that I'm talking about that could be exerted on PNM post-merger that currently don't exist, because there is nobody above PNMR that PNM management has to answer to. So that's that's the kind of thing I want you to address. How do you resist those types of pressures if they come to bear?
Well, I think first and foremost, there would be a discussion about, if we're talking about how to close an earnings gap, about how to close that gap, and it's not with short-term fixes like you're describing. That's that'll playing that sort of regulatory lag game between rate cases isn't a way to run a company. And I know Don Terry and I would certainly resist that. And I find that just hard to believe that pressure would be exerted just from the people that I have met who we will be working with at Avangrid, starting with Mr. Kumpf.
Okay. Well, I thank you for that. And I just do want to restate that we do have concerns, but we are willing to go forward with you. My clients are looking forward. This is it's a very interesting time in utility regulation. So I just want to close by saying that we do look forward to working with you going forward, Mr. Darnell. Thank you for your testimony, and I'll pass the witness, Mr. Schonauer.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Marks, you've been waiting for this opportunity. Go ahead. You have 35 minutes.
Yeah, everyone's going to be disappointed. All the buildup. Good afternoon, Mr. Darnell. Can we start by looking at Joint Applicants Exhibit PAB3, which is the merger agreement, and our favorite clause 6.19 on page 73 in the upper right corner?
Okay, give me a second, please.
Sure.
While he's looking, Mr. Marks, could you just say, I'm sorry, that exhibit again that you're asking to look at?
It's Joint Applicants Exhibit PAB3 attached to Mr. Azagra Blasquez's direct.
Okay.
Okay. So you recognize that section of the merger agreement?
I'm not. I'm sorry, what, could you give me the reference again?
6.19, it's the Four Corners divestiture section.
Section 6.19. Got
Page 68.
Oh, okay. Yes, I have finally found it. Sorry.
Okay, yes, okay. And so I understand it's your position and the company's position that the sale to NTEC was in progress prior to the merger agreement. We'll talk about that later, but my question here is, isn't it true that finalizing and signing the merger agreement with this particular clause made it a PNM contractual obligation to enter into the NTEC agreement?
I'm going to object, lack of foundation, calls for legal conclusion.
Overruled.
Please state your question again, Mr. Mark.
Okay, my question is it correct, or do you agree that by finalizing and signing the merger agreement, including section 6.19, PNM made it a contractual obligation to enter into the NTEC transaction and file for Four Corners abandonment.
No, I don't.
So you don't believe that 6.19 contractually obligates PNM to enter into the NTEC agreement?
0.19 requires PNM to have a sales and executed agreement in hand to exit its interest in Four Corners and to have filed for abandonment. I think Mr. Zager was very clear that he understood that those negotiations were in progress, that it wasn't a requirement or a condition.
So I'm still not understanding your answer. Is it you're disagreeing because you don't believe that this is a binding obligation, or are you disagreeing that it doesn't require the NTEC agreement, just requires some agreement?
Clear language is, accordingly, the company agrees that as soon as reasonably practicable, following the date of this agreement, PNM shall enter into a definitive agreements providing for an exit from all ownership interest in the Four Corners power plant.
Okay. And what about the rest of that?
Substantially in the form made available to parent prior to the date of this agreement.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't hear the first word.
Sorry. Substantially in the form made available to parent prior to the date of this agreement, or in such other form as is reasonably acceptable to parent.
And isn't the form available, made it available to the parent prior to this agreement, wasn't that the NTEC agreement?
The NTEC agreement is the agreement we reached to divest ourselves of the interest of Four Corners.
And is it the form made available to the parent prior to the date of the agreement? Was that the NTEC agreement? Yes or no?
That's the only agreement that we had.
Right. And it's you do agree that this is a contractual obligation on PNM?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I don't really understand what you're saying, contractual obligation, how that differs from what I continue to answer. We had an agreement that as a condition of not as a condition, but we had an agreement that we would have a contract, that PNM would have a contract in place to exit its interest, Four Corners, and that it would have filed for abandonment prior to closing. That's the agreement. That's what we've done.
So that was PNM's obligation to Avangrid, correct?
I don't know how you're using the term obligation. I think we're just going around and around. It's the agreement that we made.
And by making an agreement in the form of a contract, that binds the company to do it, correct?
No, I'm not an attorney. I don't really want to get into parsing what you're asking. I just fall back on the position that we had an agreement to do two things. Executed on those two things, namely contract to exit Four Corners and a abandonment filing.
Okay. And after you made that agreement, PNM's options became constrained. If PNM changed its mind about NTEC, it couldn't change its mind because it already told Avangrid it would do this, and it agreed that it would do this, correct?
To object, this mischaracterizes the testimony and this contractual provision.
Can you answer the question? Should we have Mr. Lee read it again?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. Was the objection overruled, or?
Yes, I overruled the objection.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Yes, you probably should ask the question again.
Just a moment. And after you made the agreement, PNM's options became constrained. If PNM changed its mind about NTEC, it couldn't change its mind because it already told Avangrid that it would do this, and it agreed that it would do this, correct?
We have an agreement to exit Four Corners via a sales agreement with Intech. Avangrid has nothing to do with that. That agreement was in place and would stay in place whether or not this merger is approved. They're completely two separate transactions.
So is it your testimony that section 6.19 in this merger agreement has no effect? Doesn't require PNM to do anything doesn't require PNM to do anything?
It states what it states. We've read subsection A, enter into definitive agreements, writing for an exit. I mean, we've talked about that, and further down in B, make all applicable regulatory filings. Was our agreement, that's what we've done.
What's your understanding of why this section requires PNM to make an abandonment filing?
It's consistent. It's consistent with Iberdrola and Avangrid's commitment to not be in coal. We have to, if we're going to have a contract that we can execute on for the sale of our interest, we have to file for abandonment.
Can you turn to Sierra Club's hearing exhibit 5?
Okay. I have it, sir.
Okay. Have you seen these documents before?
I honestly do not recall seeing these documents.
Would you agree with me that their emails from Mr. Eldred to Mr. Azagra with two similar PowerPoint presentations entitled Exit from Coal Generation?
The witness has said he's not familiar with the document.
This is Mr. Albright. Could we please have Mr. Hearing Examiner, could we please have Mr. Darnell just speak up a little bit, please?
Yes, I will do that. Is that better, Mr. Albright?
Much, much better. Thank you.
But there was a question pending. Do you agree that these are emails from Mr. Eldred to Mr. Azagra?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm not sure if I was heard. This is Rick Alvidrez. I believe the witness said he wasn't familiar with these emails or documents.
And I'm not asking him to provide foundation. I'm asking him if he agrees with what they are. And
Overruled.
Okay, what I have in front of me is presentation titled Exit from Coal Generation. I see no emails unless you want to point me to the emails that you're referring to, but I have a presentation which I am not familiar with.
okay. And the email is page 1, and then later on, there's another one. But my question to you is, these are dated December 2019. Is that early in the merger discussions with Avangrid?
I don't know. I had actually had nothing to do with the discussions with Avangrid. I don't believe, though, it's inconsistent with the timelines that provided as an exhibit. One of my exhibits detailing the difference in the overall timelines of negotiations and the discussions with Avangrid.
Do you know when Avangrid let PNM know that Four Corners coal ownership would be a problem for a merger?
I don't know, and I don't know they ever made that statement.
Can you look at hearing exhibit Sierra Club 4?
I have it.
Okay. And would you agree that these are emails between Mr. Falgren of PNM and Daniel Frocher of APS?
Yes, that is what I'm looking at.
Okay. And I apologize for the background noise. I'm going to try and mute if I get another siren here. Have you seen these emails before?
No, I have not.
Okay. Were you aware that in March 2020, Mr. Falgren was making efforts to try and convince APS to early retire Four Corners or enter into some other alternative arrangements?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Darnell, can you speak up? I'm having a lot of trouble hearing you as well.
Okay, I apologize. I'm practically sitting inside this monitor, but I
think your screen just went dark. Video went down.
Oh, did. Okay. I will try to talk extremely loud.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're in March and April of 2020. Are you aware of the Avangrid merger discussions at this point?
No, I am not.
Okay. Can you look at page 8 of 17? And I'm on these numbers are on the top right. And can you read?
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Okay, can you look at page 8 and the second bullet point?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I think I'm going to object to this line of questioning. Mr. Been no foundation made. Darnell has indicated that he is not familiar with these documents, as I understand. Moreover, this exhibit was not produced in this case. This is not a production from the merger case. It's a production from the Four Corners case.
Mr. Schonauer, I haven't posed a question yet. I've just asked him to look at this document. I would ask that Mr. Alvidrez make his objection after I ask the question.
Okay, well, I'm going to have a hard time getting an answer that's going to be admitted. But go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. In this email, the APS representative states to Mr. Fahlgren, quote, "You have an abandonment filing on Four Corners you'd like to make, preferably before a general rate case filing." Was it PNM's position in March 2020 that it would prefer to make an abandonment filing for Four Corners prior to filing a rate case?
Let me object. He's reading from a document that has not been admitted, no foundation has been laid. By his question to a document.
I've asked Mr. Darnell, who is the head of PNM Regulatory, if it was PNM's position in March 2020 about the sequencing of abandonment and a rate case. I'm using this document as a reference, but the question doesn't require that. It is about his own personal knowledge in March 2020.
So it has nothing to do with this particular document, right?
I'm using this document as the equivalent of probable cause that we have a reason to believe PNM believed this, but I'm asking the witness, what was PNM's position in March 2020?
You can ask the witness what PNM's position was in March 2020 about.
That was my question.
You're describing. So go ahead. And
Mr. Darnell, the question was it PNM's position in March 2020 that it would prefer to be able to make an abandonment?
I'm sorry, Mr. Marks, there was a breakup. Can you ask the question again?
Yes. Was it PNM's position in March 2020 that it would prefer to be able to make an abandonment filing for Four Corners prior to filing a rate case?
I don't believe so. I mean, if we go back to conversations we had probably with you and other stakeholders, there was talk of filing a rate case and that was aborted. We were very upfront about that because of COVID. We thought that was the last thing we should be doing. And we talked about a decoupling filing instead. And that's my recollection of the events.
Okay. Do you know if PNM perceived the NTEC sale as facilitating making an abandonment filing for Four Corners prior to the filing of its next rate case?
I don't know that. The impetus for the executing a contract, a sales contract, was the fact that we thought it was in the best interest of our customers. We had an obligation per the agreement or the stipulation coming out of our prior rate case, 16-00276, I believe, to perform a study about the value or the merits of an early exit, an exit in 24 and an exit in 28.
Are you familiar with the contents of the agreement with NTEC?
Not specifically. I didn't negotiate that, other than involvement in 2018. That's not something that I was involved with.
Okay. Do you know that PNM's agreement with NTEC prohibits PNM from voting to close Four Corners for the remaining duration of PNM's ownership unless NTEC consents?
I'm generally aware. I will take your word that that represents exactly what's been said. Yes, I'm aware that there is an agreement.
Okay.
Would not vote.
Okay, and in fact, in rebuttal testimony, the July 29th, you admitted that the exit agreement prohibits PNM from voting to close Four Corners early. And is that, if you look at that testimony, page 31, lines 5 to 10.
Specifically, my testimony is the purchase and sale agreement between PNM and NTEC includes provisions whereby PNM cannot take action that would impair the value of Four Corners or FCPP to NTEC prior to the closing of the FCPP sale, and that includes voting to close FCPP early.
Okay. Do you know if it's true that to close Four Corners before 2031, there must be a unanimous vote among the voting co-owners?
Yes.
Okay. So for the remainder of PNM's ownership interest in Four Corners, unless NTEC consents, PNM's exit agreement with NTEC eliminates the possibility of a unanimous vote to close the plant, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You told me you were aware Mr. Falgren was communicating with APS about a potential early retirement before, just from the dates, it appears before the NTEC agreement was finalized. Does that sound like the right sequence to you?
In general, you said before the deal was finalized, there was certainly discussions that Mr. Falgren was involved with in trying to convince APS of a different path and keeping the plant online through 2031.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Falgren and the company thought there was some possibility of APS agreeing to an early closure when he made those efforts in the spring of 2020?
I don't know what Mr. Falgren believed.
Did the company have were there any company discussions about it?
Specifically about what?
That it was worth a try?
Well, we asked Tom to inquire.
Okay. Are you aware of a recent recommended decision from an administrative law judge in Arizona finding that APS acted imprudently in recommitting to Four Corners?
Yes, I am.
Do you know if it also requires APS to explore an earlier exit than 2031?
Mr. Marks, I know of that recommended decision. I don't know any of the specifics contained therein.
Okay. Would you agree that, assuming that recommendation includes a requirement on APS to explore an earlier exit than 2031, the likelihood of APS agreeing to an early closure has increased?
Mr. Shanauer, I object. It calls for this witness to speculate. In addition, if I understand the question, it's related to a recommended decision and not a final of Arizona, so it's binding effect.
My question included, if it's adopted, does Mr. Darnell have an opinion as to whether it increases the likelihood?
I object, Mr. Darnell. All right.
Answer the question. I overruled the objection.
Sure, I was just thinking. What I know about APS is they have publicly, including in that rate case, said over and over that they intend to run that plant through 2031. I assume they need it for reliability. That's really all I can say. They've not made any indication that it's in the best interest of their customers to close the plant down before 2031.
You have 5 minutes, Mr. Marks, 5 minutes.
Mr. Shanauer, thank you. I would like a little bit more because we had some technical problems and I had to have the reporter reread some things. In your opinion, are the impacts of the merger upon the people living near the Four Corners power plant relevant to the public interest in this case?
Well, they're not contrary.
They're not contrary?
They're not contrary to the public interest.
You don't know that. Do you think the impacts are relevant?
Restate your question, please.
Are the impacts of the merger upon the people living near the Four Corners power plant relevant to the public interest in the case?
Certainly, the agreements to invest dollars pursuant to a stakeholder process with community representatives that understand that community, that I believe is certainly in the public interest.
And you're referring to portions of the current stipulation that provide for community support, correct?
I am.
Okay, so the company thinks that those impacts are relevant. And
that those impacts are relevant?
That mitigating the impacts to those communities is relevant.
We've long supported, going back to our own San Juan closure, trying to do what we can to mitigate the economic consequences of closing San Juan, closing the mine. So yeah, we feel a responsibility. PNM has been up in the Four Corners area for decades. Okay. And we believe it is a responsibility and it's in the public interest to do what we can to bolster that economy. Okay. These really tough times.
Okay. Do you know, PNM has filed its abandonment application early this year. Do you know if PNM could have waited to file its abandonment application and still had time to acquire replacement resources before December 31, 2024?
We had an agreement with NTEC that the necessary approvals would be sought prior to March of 2021. I forget what year we're in.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Avangrid and Iberdrola, through the merger agreement, had any influence whatsoever on the timing of when PNM filed for approval to abandon Four Corners?
No, my testimony is that those are two separate transactions. The timeline we were on relative to Four Corners is not impacted by the merger. The merger is not approved. We continue with Four Corners. If it is approved, we continue with Four Corners. They're unrelated.
Okay, but you told me you really didn't know very much about the negotiation of the merger. How do you know that they're unrelated then?
By just general knowledge that of the attempt to find a buyer for our interest going back in 2018, and by looking at the timelines, in the proxy and Mr. Falgren's Four Corners testimony about, excuse me, not Mr. Falgren's testimony, but the timelines that were presented for the beginning of the commencement of discussions with Iberdrola.
And do you know whether or not Avangrid and Iberdrola had any influence whatsoever on the content and form of the NTEC agreement?
I don't know. They did not, as far as I know.
But you don't know.
Well, I was not involved personally, but yes, I would say based on my conversations and general knowledge of what was going on with Four Corners, I know for a fact that there was nothing at all that from the merger that bled into Tom Falgren's negotiations on the intent contract.
Okay. If the merger agreement had no influence on the timing at the PRC to abandon Four Corners, why did PNM file for abandonment before it even issued an RFP for resources to replace the plant?
I think I answered that question already. There was an agreement with INTAC to file for necessary approvals by March 31st. They have a right to, understand if the deal is going to be, the abandonment's going to be approved. There is time to run an RFP process and get, generation or PPAs in place to replace that interest.
So it's your testimony that NTEC required that certainty?
My testimony is that there's a provision in the NTEC contract, yes, that required a filing by March 31st.
Does it benefit PNM at all to file this early?
I can't really answer that.
Does that mean you don't know, or?
But I don't know how you're defining the benefit of it.
Is there any regulatory or financial benefit to PNM for filing abandonment now as opposed to a year from now?
I don't believe there is, but it's not relevant because agreement with the with INTEC is that we would file by March 31st, 20.
Okay, your time is up, Mr. Marks. We move on now to Ms. Nanazi. You've reserved 45 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Darnell. The last time I cross-examined you was on my birthday in November of, what is this now? 2019 was the last time. So it's been a little bit of time.
Well, I hope that made your birthday special.
It was. My husband said to me, "Oh, there's nothing you'd rather be doing." So let me ask you, does Mr. Falgren, who does Mr. Falgren answer to?
He reports to Chris Olson, who is Senior VP of Operations, I believe is his title.
at some point in the past, you told me that it's your general practice to attend all the PNMR board meetings. Is that still true?
Yes, yes, it's true.
Did you read Mr. Sandberg's testimony and review them, read them, the testimony and exhibits that he proffered in this case?
Did not.
Okay. So I'd like to ask you to go to Revise NE Exhibit 1D. I think there's some similarities between the Sierra Club exhibit our Exhibit 1D. This, I'm asking you specifically to look at page 26 of 139. And then we'll go to page 27 and 28. Here, there's,
Wait just a second. I'm not with you.
Okay. Thank you for telling me.
Page 26 of 139?
Correct.
Okay.
So here, I asked Mr. Here is, I asked Mr. Izagra about some of these questions. Were you listening to his testimony that he gave 2 days ago?
Yes, I believe I heard lion's share.
Okay, great. So I asked him about the meetings he had with Mr. Eldred and the emails he exchanged, and specifically asked about this document. And the last line of this email from Mr. Eldred, it says Chuck, to Pedro says, as you know, our board meeting starts Thursday and it's important to provide a perspective and status of Project Roadrunner. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and you know that Project Roadrunner is the exit from coal generation, correct?
Actually, I don't. This is the first time I've heard that description or that term or title.
So if you go to the next page, this was a presentation to the board that was attached to Mr. Eldred's email. Is it your testimony that you were not at this December 2019 board meeting? You missed this one?
I'm sure I was at the December 2019 board meeting.
And so if you don't remember the title Project Roadrunner, you remember that the board was discussing the exit from coal generation, which included exiting from San Juan and the ETA, and also the Four Corners power plant, right?
Yes, sure. We, pursuant to our agreement in stipulation come out of 16-00276, we agreed to evaluate an early exit from Four Corners.
You also agreed in that stipulation to have a prudence review of Four Corners, correct?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
I don't believe so.
Okay, can we then turn to, let me just see. New Energy Economy Exhibit 46.
Okay.
Okay, this is the revised order partially adopting certification of stipulation.
I'm sorry, this is the revised order?
Partially adopting certification of stipulation in case number 16276. You remember that case, don't you?
I do.
Okay, so do I. And let's go to the very bottom of this order. And this was issued on January 10th, 2018. Is that correct?
That's what I see on the signature page, correct?
Okay, and if you could go up a couple of pages to page, what is on this document, page 35, paragraph B.
I'm sorry, which paragraph?
B as in boy.
B? Oh, B like in boy, okay.
Could you please read that into the record?
If the provisions of this order modifying the revised stipulation are approved by the signatories, the provisions of the certification shall be modified to incorporate the Commission's finding in this order that the certification's findings of imprudence with respect to PNM's continued participation and investment in Four Corners Power Plant shall be vacated, and consideration of the issue of PNM's prudence in continuing its participation in Four Corners Power Plant shall be deferred until PNM's next rate case filing.
And now, sir, would you please go to New Energy Economy Exhibit 47 and pull that up.
I have it.
Okay. And if you, this is the joint notice by all signatories of acceptance of Commission's modifications to revise stipulation in 16276, is it not?
It is.
Okay, and on the second page, it's signed by your attorneys, Stacy Goodwin's signature and Mr. Alvidra's name is there on the second page. And would you mind, good. Would you mind reading to me the first line of the first paragraph? It says, "Come now," and what's the next words?
Come now, public.
Service Company of New Mexico, that's you, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then go, and then it lists all the names of the signatories, and then it says, "and hereby respond pursuant to the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission's order on notice of acceptance issued on January 17th, 2018, right?
Yes.
Okay, could you please read slowly and loudly into the record, what does the next paragraph say?
By this pleading, the undersigned signatories to the revised stipulation hereby accept the terms of the order on notice of acceptance and all of the modifications to the revised stipulation contained in the decretal paragraphs of the Commission's.
I'm sorry, contained in the
decretal paragraphs of the Commission's revised order partially adopting certification of stipulation issued on January 10, 2018, as further clarified and modified by the Commission's January 17th, 2018 order on notice of acceptance.
So do these two documents refresh your recollection that Public Service Company of New Mexico was a signatory to the modifications of the revised stipulation, and that you agreed Public Service Company of New Mexico agreed to a prudence review at your next rate case filing.
I'm not trying to be argumentative, but what my recollection is that the question of prudency would be taken up at the next rate case.
How many residential ratepayers does PNM have approximately?
I believe it's around 500,000.
Okay. If you could go to New Energy Economy Exhibit 45, please. And could you go to?
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to find. Uh-oh. Oh, yes. You said it's about 500,000, is that right? We'll just stick with that. Forget about this. There's 500,000 residential ratepayers? Okay. So I would like you to turn to your July 29th testimony. And go to JA Exhibit RND1, which is 2 pages from the end of your testimony.
I have it, JA Exhibit RND-1, the allocation page.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I have it.
This is a table that explains how the joint applicants will allocate the $65 million of the rate credit. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is that like column B? That's how you determine what percentage each rate class would get based on a KWH basis. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so it says here on line 2, residential, correct?
Yes.
And then it says their allocated savings, and that's in red. Under what column says, I mean, if you look all the way on top, it says like A. Is that right? That column A?
Yes.
Okay, so is it your testimony that the residential ratepayers will receive $26,046,014 of the 65 million rate credit?
Of the 65 million, yes, that number I think is in the joint applicants have agreed to increase that sum, but yes, per your statement, per this schedule is accurate.
Okay, so you've agreed to up it by $2 million, right?
Yes, I believe that's the number.
Okay, but we don't have that third amended stipulation before us, so we're gonna have to go with your testimony, right?
Not a third amended stipulation, but we can go with my testimony here.
Okay, good. Did I say something different? Not, what did I say? Third amended stipulation, we don't have one yet, right?
We're discussing this schedule.
Okay, thank you. And this is on the second amended stipulation, right?
It is.
Okay, good. So it's not going to be that different, even if it's 67 million as opposed to 65 million, is it?
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, thank you. So the residential rate is $26 million. And do you have a calculator there, like either a phone or the ability to use a calculator? And could you calculate what it would be per residential ratepayer if you divide 26 million, this exact number, by 500,000? And I know that that's an approximate because you said approximately 500,000. Can you do that? Thank you so much.
I was advised years ago never to carry a calculator when I'm on the stand.
But now you have a phone, and that has everything, including all your pictures, hopefully of your beautiful family.
Okay, so you want me to divide 26,046,014 by 500,000, correct?
Correct. What's your answer?
Okay. $52.09.
Okay. And that's how much ratepayers will receive over a 3-year period, correct?
Well, ratepayers will receive 65 million over a 3-year period.
But residential ratepayers, I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. And thank you for that correction. $52.09 over 3 years, right?
I think it depends on usage. I agree that the class as a whole gets 26 million under this proposal, and the math is what it is.
Okay.
But those customers that use, a greater amount are gonna get a bigger credit.
Right, we'll get to that. We'll get to that in just a minute, but we're talking about an average right now. And so the average is $52.09 because you did an average at the bottom of your table also. You said it's going to come to $1.64 a month. So we are talking about averages, and this is based on a 600 kilowatt hour per month usage, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so what I wanted to ask you is if you could do one more calculation for me, and that is, could you divide 3, as in 3 years, into $52.09? And what I'm trying to determine is how much money per year will the average 600 kWh residential ratepayer get as a result of this merger?
I'm not sure that's the way to answer your question. The average ratepayer, the average consumption of 600 kW is the credit is $1.64. So if you look at the bottom of that exhibit, I think what you're asking would be calculated by saying 36 times $1.64. That equals $59.04.
Okay, so it's somewhere between $52, because you said 500,000, it might be a little bit less, and $59. But what I'm asking you is, let's say 3 years, it's about $18 a year, right? That the average 600 kilowatt hour residential ratepayer will be receiving. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So now, if you could tell me how much money you, one person, is going to get as a result of the merger closing? What's your,
Nothing.
do you,
I'm sorry, continue your question. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
are you gonna get any bonus of any kind, whether that's shares in Avangrid or in any way? Are you gonna have any bonus as a result of the merger?
No.
So what Mr. Terry had as part of his exhibit JDT1, that is filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission, and your name appears there, and there's a number, which is some amount of shares plus a cash bonus. That's not correct. Is that what your testimony is?
No, not at all. That is not connected with the merger in any way, shape, or form. I mean, I listened to that whole discussion you had with Mr. Terry. I thought he explained it as clearly as possible, but for sure, he was very clear that those bonuses or whatever it is that you're referring to have nothing to do with the merger. And the answer is no.
Well, could you then quickly pull up that it's JDT1 of his February 26th testimony. That's Joint Exhibit 21.
I'm getting it. Give me a minute. Okay, I've got the entire 13-page exhibit. Where do you want me to go?
I'd like you to go to, it's labeled on the bottom of the, I think it's the second to last page. And it's labeled on the bottom 70.70, page 70, and at the top it's page 6 of 7.
I've got, yes, I have page 70. I have 12 of 13.
So are you saying that you'll receive no extra performance shares or vested right shares because you're not going to be terminated? Is that what?
I am not being terminated as a result of the merger, and therefore I am not getting any golden parachute compensation or any other way you want to describe it in terms of compensation monies, bonuses related to the merger.
Okay, so I don't want to badger you, but I want to just ask you, are you getting any performance shares for your participation in helping the merger close?
Jack, this has been asked and answered more than once now, Mr.
Overruled.
No, I think I recall Mr. Terry explaining that bonus, for example, is a result of achieving certain metrics related to earnings, customer satisfaction, and I forgot the third one off the top of my head, but it was not merger. It had nothing to do with the merger.
Reliability was the other one. Okay, so.
Oh, reliability. I thought you said liability. Yes, reliability.
That is what I said. Okay, so let me ask you this. According to your table, I'm going back to RND1 from July 29th. the credit is a per kWh credit. And that means that the total amount of monthly credit will depend on the customer's monthly usage. Is that right?
Yes.
So in order to increase the monthly credit amount, a customer would need to increase the monthly usage with a resulting increase in their monthly electric bill. Is that also true?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider, could you tell me please how much time I have left?
Well, you have till 5 after 5.
So, Mr. Darnell, are you, as you heard Mr. Terry say that PNM is unwilling to essentially eliminate their arrearages that has currently built up in total as a result of the merger agreement. Is that right?
I don't recall exactly what Mr. Terry said, but internally, we do believe that those arrearages will be declining. There is a lot of money available. I think, as I recall, Don Terry said that we've trained our the operators, the CRTs, to help direct our customers. And, we believe that the total arrearages and the $8 million that is allocated or is committed for arrearage forgiveness will be about equal.
I'm sorry, what was the last phrase after arrearage forgiveness?
Will be about equal.
Thank you.
So you think that they will be wiped out?
I think that I do believe that it will be very close to being wiped out between the money that's out there and the $8 million of forgiveness that has been committed.
Sir, could you please pull up Joint Applicants Exhibit 19? That's the July 29th rebuttal testimony of Lisa M. Quilici.
I have it.
Could you go to page 7?
Okay.
Do you see on line 13? Well, it starts on line 12. It says, it should also be noted that the joint applicant's proposed rate credit of $65 million, which equates to approximately $123 per PNM customer. Do you see that?
I'm sorry. Point me to that again.
It's on page 7, and it starts on line 12 and ends on line 13.
Okay, yes, I'm there.
Okay, and then it has a footnote. And basically what the footnote explains is that she did a mathematical calculation that says $65 million rate credit divided by 530 customers equals 123, right?
I'm sorry, 530 customers?
530,000 customers.
Customers is?
$123 per customer. Should I restate that question, Mr. Lee?
No, I got it.
Okay. Do you understand my question, Mr. Darnell?
I can read. Line 12 says, it should also be noted that the joint applicant's proposed rate credit of $65 million, which equates to approximately $123 per PNM customer, and there's a footnote 10,
Okay, and so you know that that's not how the joint applicants are allocating that, the 65 million, is that right? It's not a per customer, which actually Ms. Crane and Mr. Sandberg and I think Ms. Reno suggested would be a fair allocation, but the company and Avangrid and Iberdrola have decided that it should be up on a kilowatt hour allocation basis. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so when you go to the next page, on page 8, and there's this graph that shows that essentially the purpose of this graph is to show how fantastic the rate credit is, because it's it's out of the 30 mergers that she compared it to, it's far and above a good deal for ratepayers. That number, whether it's $52 or $54, is closer to the median line as opposed to the top third best. Is that right?
To object, this is comparing apples and oranges in terms of overall total customers versus residential customers.
That's the point.
Overruled.
What is the question?
That Ms. Calici used a per customer determination to come up with $122.64 benefit. But you know, and we just been discussing before, that it's actually either a $52 or $54, somewhere in that range, actual rate credit for an average residential ratepayer.
I'm going to object that mischaracterizes what was said. It wasn't a $52 or $54 range.
Sustained. Try and get a little bit more accurate, Mr. Nazzi.
Did you say, Mr. Darnell, that if you divided the $24 million that you had on RND1 by 500,000 customers, that came out to $52.09?
That's about right. I don't remember the exact number.
Okay, and so $52.09 is half of what Ms. Calici said was the direct rate credit per customer. And I'm talking about residential rate, average residential rate customer.
I'm really not following you. There's this $122 proposed transaction. Is that?
Yes, per customer. That's exactly what I'm talking about. But that's an inaccurate number because she used a per customer allocation basis, but the joint applicants have only agreed to a per kilowatt hour customer allocation basis, right? That's the whole point.
Correct.
Okay.
That's the.
No further questions on this exhibit. Thank you. Can you turn to RND2 from your July 29th testimony?
I have it.
Okay, so here you state that on January 2018, that part of the timeline, that the commission approved the modified revised stipulation, which includes the provision regarding PNM's agreement to analyze early exit of Four Corners, correct?
Yes.
And was that also the same time that you submitted legislation that preceded the ETA. I think it was SB 47, to get 100% undepreciated investments for your both San Juan and Four Corners.
Objectives to relevance.
Mr. Nazzi?
Well, I think that what it goes to is how, I mean, this is just a preliminary question, but I think that what it goes to is what the actual timeline is regarding PNM's actions regarding Four Corners and how it impacts the merger.
Overruled.
So, yes, there was a bill in the legislature in the 2018 session that dealt with securitization.
Of Four Corners and San Juan, is that right?
It definitely dealt with an exit. It was a path out of coal. So I guess from that perspective, deal with San Juan and Four Corners.
Yeah, that didn't pass, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then where on this timeline would the ETA, the Energy Transition Act, have fallen?
Well, the ETA, if I get my years right, but the ETA was passed in 2019.
And it is PNM's position that the ETA trumps your prior contract, your contract with the commission and with pretty much all the parties that are interveners in this case, to have a prudence review. Is that right?
That mischaracterizes his testimony.
I'm not asking about his testimony. I'm asking about PNM's position, including your attorney's position in these various cases.
Overruled.
We had this discussion a while ago. There's a stipulation coming out of 16-00276 that said the issue of prudence would be, Four Corners prudence would be discussed in a subsequent rate case. The legislature passed the Energy Transition Act, signed by the governor, passed by the New Mexico legislature. PNM's abandonment filing is filed pursuant to that legislation.
And it's your position, is it not? I mean, that it's of record that PNM's position is that now the ETA supersedes that decision, that agreement by PNM, that contractual agreement by PNM. We just went over the signatory page.
I totally disagree with the term contractual. And we've been through this before. There was a stipulated agreement, passage of the Energy Transition Act. PNM filed pursuant to the Energy Transition Act. Filed for abandonment pursuant to the Energy Transition Act.
And so it's PNM's position that the prudence review should no longer happen. Isn't that right?
The position is the PNM's position is that the issues, all issues pertaining to Four Corners, I believe, will be adjudicated in that docket.
But sir, I'm asking you a very specific question that I'd like you to answer. I'm not saying what the commission has said. I'm saying, I'm asking you about PNM's position. PNM's position in that docket is that there should not be a prudence review. Is that correct? That's
Examiner,
PNM's position?
Hearing examiner, I object. You know, we're not litigating case, Corners Prudence or Energy Transition Act or any of the issues having to do with issues that the commission has assigned to the Four Corners abandonment case. Far beyond the field of factual provisions of this case with respect to closing. You know, I've been objected. There's some. I acknowledge that there's some element of Four Corners in here, but we're not here again to litigate legal issues that are more proper in the other case. Questions are relevant to this case and should be posed in the other case.
Overruled.
I'm not, in all honesty, I do not know what the scope of that docket relative to prudence is. I suppose after this hearing is in, I will jump more into the Four Corners docket and understand more, but that's my answer to your question. I really don't know.
Did you
You
hear
have 2 minutes left.
Thank you. Did you hear me ask Mr. Azagra Velasquez about the meeting that he had with Mr. Apodaca and David Schwartz and the other people in New York, where Mr. Eldred writes to him and says, we need to have a meeting and talk about how the ETA impacts our abandonment of Four Corners. Did you hear that part of my
I don't think I heard that. I'm sure it's in the transcripts if we need to go there, but no, I don't recall that.
Isn't the fact that the ETA, that PNM is relying on the ETA and $300 million of undepreciated investments that will become a liability for ratepayers for 25 years in a non-bypassable charge, isn't that a part of the reason? Isn't that included as part of the merger discussions?
No, again, whether this merger happens or not, PNM's commitment was to study early exit at 24 and 28. It's what we did. The customers will save, our customers will save anywhere between 30 and 300 million, even after the 300 million that you're discussing. The ETA, I just don't know what else to say, Ms. Nancy, but the ETA, the merger, they have nothing to do with one another.
No further questions.
That's it. Oh, okay, great. I'd like to try and finish with Mr. Darnell today, if we can. David, are you okay going a little bit longer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Borman, can you go ahead with staff's cross-examination? You have 30 minutes reserved.
I have 30 minutes reserved, but I got to say that I think most of my questions or issues have been addressed. So I don't think I have any questions to ask Mr. Darnell right now. I apologize.
Mr. Hearing Examiner.
To apologize. Mr. Albright.
Yes, Mr. Albright, just a quick question. Were there any exhibits that were introduced or need to be introduced from Ms. Nanasi's cross-examination? Just trying to keep track here.
Can I just ask a procedural question, Hearing Examiner Shinhar? Are the orders of the commission that referred to in 16276, do I need to make that an exhibit? Or I just had it to use to ask questions about it?
You did not need to make that an exhibit.
Okay, then I don't have any. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Darnell, I only have a little bit. In terms of the, we've been talking about a total dollar amount that's, I guess, current. Do you have any data about numbers of customers who are in that category?
I don't have it offhand, but I'm sure we can get it.
Yeah, what I would like is the total number of customers with arrearages currently, and then within that total number, the number of residential customers with arrearages.
I'm sorry, Judge, you broke up. Within that total number, the
number of residential customers with arrearages.
I actually have been handed a schedule that is current as of July 23rd.
Okay.
And the number of residential customers in arrearage at that point in time was 13,995.
And do you have a total number?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at this a little carefully now. So I actually have four numbers for arrearages. They're apparently it's divided by the number of arrearage notices. So if you can give me just 1 second, get you the number you're looking for. It looks like that number is 44,469.
And what is that number?
44,469 is the number of total residential customers with arrearages.
Okay, so that first number, the 13,995, that's not accurate. It's not the right number.
It's the number of apparently customers with at least one arrearage notice. So the schedule I'm looking at has arrearages of 1, 2, 3, and 4. The sum of those four categories is 44,469.
Okay. And do you have a total number of PNM customers with arrearages currently?
Give me 1 moment. So if we add the commercial customers to that number, the total is 46,294.
Okay, so is that just residential and commercial, or is that residential plus all the other customer classes?
Yes, that's the total number of customers, the arrearages.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Is there any redirect?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, there is, may I have 5 minutes to confer with Ms. Goodwin?
Yes, you may.
Judge, I'm just going to step away for a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Schoenauer?
Yes.
Yes, just since we're off the record right now, someone alerted me that it looked like Commission Exhibit number 1 in the Dropbox only had the first page. We have all of those as Commission Exhibits 1, 2, and 3. Someone said that it only had the first page. I know, and we had replicated all of those documents as Bernalillo County Exhibit 4, and there are multiple pages for Commission Exhibit 1, but I'm not sure. I haven't checked it out myself yet.
Yeah, I indicated when I described it, it's the joint applicant's responses to bench request number 1. And I indicated that I would not be attaching them directly to the record here, that those exhibits are available in the commission's e-docket. And I was trying not to burden the record here with unnecessarily.
Thank you, sir. I had missed that clarification. Thanks.
So if you look in the e-docket, to bench request number 1, that's where you'll find it.
Thank you, sir, for that.
Back, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Alvidrez, are you ready? We also need Mr. Darnell. And Mr. Alvidrez, we can't hear you.
We cannot hear you, Mr. Alvidrez.
Well, it was on mute, so that explains why I wasn't coming through. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I apologize. We have to share a microphone. But I do have a few questions of Mr. Darnell. Mr. Darnell, you were questioned by Mr. Albright, the attorney for the county, about the rate freeze to June 1, 2022.
I'm sorry, June 1, 2022?
Yes. And do you know whether that agreement is consistent with what the county's expert witness has proposed in this case?
Yes, it's my understanding it is.
And likewise, Albright asked you about the amount of the arrearages, the funding that the joint applicants would be providing for customer arrearages. And is it your understanding that the amounts that were proposed and addressed in the rebuttal testimony filed by the joint applicants consistent with what county's expert witness was advocating?
Yes.
And with regard to the rate credits in this case that you were asked about by Mr. Albright, are you aware of whether the rate credits, as discussed in the joint applicant's rebuttal testimony, is consistent with what the county's expert witness was recommending?
Yes.
And I also wanted to get a little clarification on the amount of the arrearage forgiveness. because I believe you testified that there was a total of $8 million that was available. Do you recall during the examination of Mr. Azagra Blasquez by the water utility attorney that they agreed to increase that amount?
Yes, I believe by 2 million.
2 million on top of 6 million?
I could be, to be honest, I missed that part of the hearing, but yeah, that was my understanding.
Okay, fair enough. In terms of some cross-examination by Ms. Nanasi, she asked about whether you were present during a December 2019 PNMR Board of Directors meeting. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Let me ask, in your experience, are there times when the board goes into executive session?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes, there is.
Are there times when the PNMR board has special meetings that are closed and not open to other people other than the board?
Yes, that's true.
Were you present during any board discussions, PNMR board discussions, about the proposed merger between Avangrid and PNM Resources?
I was not.
When did you first find out about the proposed merger transaction?
Shortly before it was announced publicly through a press release and an 8K filing a day or two prior.
And a what filing?
8K.
Those are my questions on redirect.
Okay.
You have.
I have a correction to the arrearage numbers.
I'm sorry, I don't know who's speaking.
This is Ron Darnell.
Go ahead.
And I do have a correction. I apologize for the confusion, but these numbers are actually come from a report that was filed with the commission August 11th. And the numbers, the residential number is 33,445. And the remainder is 728.
So those are the numbers of customers who have arrearages currently?
Correct. Correct. As of August, as this report filed August 11th.
Okay. All right.
Hearing examiner Srinagar, can I please just inquire, was that filed under case 20-00069? What case was that filed under?
I can answer that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Darnell. You're excused.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so on Monday, we're going to go back to the regular schedule here, which is going to be starting with Mr. Fridley, then Ms. Crane, then Forrest Small, Noah Long, and all those other people that are scheduled for Monday. Is there anything we need to talk about before we finish tonight?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Joan Drake on behalf of Interwest Energy Alliance.
Yes.
I did want to make you aware, it sounds like we have a bunch of witnesses who are getting kind of shoved into Monday. And our witness, Ms. Seguin, is scheduled kind of towards the end of that list on Monday. I did want to make you aware that she is not available the rest of that week. So the only day she's available is Monday. And we're happy to push her up in the schedule if need be that day, just to get her done. I know that there's only 5 minutes of cross-examination for her, but I did want to make you all aware of that.
Okay. Well, we can deal with that on Monday. We'll make sure she gets in on Monday.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything else? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend. See you Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you, David.